Okay. Yeah, no, 1264 should be easy. Okay, going to convene the executive session of the House Election Law Committee. Representative Howard, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1264 FN relative to the definition of accessible voting systems. I'm going to recognize Representative Weary to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that it ought to pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Howard seconds. Are there any amendments to the bill?
If there is, I have an amendment.
Representative Weary, would you like to move your amendment?
Yes, I would like to move that amendment, 2024-1041H, amend the bill.
All right. Representative Weary moves Amendment 2024-1041H to House Bill 1264. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Howard seconds. We're now on discussion of the amendment. Is there discussion on the amendment?
This is a brief introduction, sort of reiterating what I said in an email to the committee. Secretary of State's office worked on this, and as well as, forgive me, if I don't consult, I will mess up someone's name accidentally. But sorry. So yes, so we had the Disability Rights Center of New Hampshire, the New Hampshire Municipal Association all contributed to this. A lot of edits by the Secretary of State's office to come up with a short-term solution to meet the more immediate need. And the whole idea behind this is just we're going to do a pilot program for right now so that that will allow the local municipalities to install or put into action the accessible voting systems. And then in all likelihood, Representative Page and others will submit a bill next year to address the long-term requirements.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham, Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Bixby, Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes, Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the amendment carries on a vote of 19-0. We're now on discussion of the bill. If anyone would like to make a new motion?
I'd like to make a motion that it ought to pass as amended.
Representative Weary moves House Bill 1264 should be ought to pass as amended with Amendment 12 with Amendment 2024-1041H. Representative Lane seconds the motion. Is there discussion on the bill as amended? Yes, Representative Lane.
I just want to acknowledge how much hard work Representative Page, Representative Weary, and others have put into this and worked with the Secretary of State's office, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I want to echo that as well. We don't. It's I said in childcare earlier this week or last week. You don't often get to leave Concord and feel like you've done some good. This one is going to make me feel good. So I'm pretty proud of this. Thank you guys for working so hard on it. With that, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes, Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. And with that, House Bill 1264 will be reported out as ought to pass as amended with a vote of 20-0. It has a fiscal note, so it cannot go on the consent calendar. So we'll see it on the floor. Thank you, guys. With that, going to close the executive session on House Bill 1264. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1085 relative to public inspection of absentee ballots. Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
You caught me off guard. Sorry. I don't. Is it ITL?
I would imagine that would be your disposition.
That would be ITL. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't find my notes. So yes, ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Ward seconds. Is there discussion on the motion of any speech to legislate on House Bill 1085? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary, Representative Wood, Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes, Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes, and with that, the motion of any speech to legislate carries on a vote of 20-0. House Bill 1085 will be reported out as any speech to legislate. Is there objection to the bill being placed on consent calendar? Hearing no objection, the bill will be placed on consent calendar. Representative Lane, can you get me the report? Speaking of that, on 1264, Representative Weary, can you get me the report for 1264?
Absolutely.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1085, and we'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1239. Representative Wood is recognized for a motion.
ITL, please.
Representative Wood moves House Bill 1239 be inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Representative Ankenberg seconds. We're now in discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Is there discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, fellow committee members. For HB 1239, I know that I had mentioned discussion of potentially using the language that I had brought forth in an amendment to the bill in HB 1091. I didn't know. I know that we're still working on that bill, but as for the reason for the ITL is that kind of because that's already being planned in 1091, or are we going to have further discussion about this?
That was my intention. Excuse me. I actually do like the concept, but that was my intention. Was this was one of those things that's probably better swept in there, if we can agree on it. But you know, as with anything, things happen. But yes, that was the intention.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1239.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham, Representative Wood. Oh no,
Yes.
Representative Wary. Sorry,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Kutab, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward, Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes, Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on a vote of 20-0. House Bill 1239 will be reported out as inexpedient to legislate. I will handle the committee report so I can indicate that we're taking up campaign finance in a broader section. Is there any objection to the bill being placed on consent calendar? Hearing no objection, 1239 will be placed on consent calendar. Consent calendar. Consent calendar. Sorry, I had to take my notes for consent calendar. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 1239. Representative Burnham, have you gotten your amendment for 1523 yet from OLS? Okay. Okay. All right. I'll open up the executive session on House Bill 1523, revising the moderator's worksheet for counting votes in elections. Representative Burnham is recognized for a motion.
I make a motion ought to pass.
Representative Byrne moves House Bill 1523B ought to pass. Is there a second?
I second.
Representative Wood seconds. Are there any amendments?
This amendment, yes,
Yep.
there's an amendment.
Which Representative Byrne would like to move an amendment?
Yes, I'd like to move on amendment 2024-1053H.
Representative Berner moves Amendment 2024-0153H to House Bill 1523. Is there a second? Representative Bohm seconds. We're now on discussion of the amendment. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Yes, I would like to share some information that I received last week after meeting with the Secretary of State, along with Representative Hamlet. We had learned that HB 154 is on the governor's desk, ready to be signed. So therefore, this bill, HB 1523, has another place, which is much better than the previous location, since it does deal with the clerk and the ward clerk. There is now a pre-election certificate that will be handled through the clerk's office previous to the election. And this will allow them, which they currently do on ElectionNet, they do an inventory of how many absentee ballots they receive and who gets them and all of that. This is just putting it into this form, which is then shared back to the moderator and also later to the Secretary of State's office in the returns form. So it's just a way to keep track of how the absentee ballots are processed and keeping inventory on them. So it doesn't really add much more work. It just has, the form is now there for the clerk and we're just adding this to that, that's all. Because currently there is no inventory on absentee ballots.
Further discussion on the amendment. Yes, Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so in House Bill 154, the pre-election certificate is already designed, and it does not include a count of absentee ballots, but the city clerks keep a careful inventory of the absentee ballots that they receive. So, I mean, you know, that they receive, and then they actually log them into ElectionNet when they receive an application for an absentee ballot, when they send out the absentee ballot to the voter, and when they receive the marked absentee ballot back from the voter. So I don't see any reason for adding this language about the inventory of the absentee ballots in the pre-election certificate. It's just not necessary.
Discussion on the amendment. Yes, Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although I can understand why there may not be a need, however, the work is already there. Unfortunately, we change clerks quite frequently. We have an election tomorrow. We've now had, in my town, we're on possibly a third clerk in 3 years. There's so many things that these clerks need to learn in a short period of time. And unfortunately, what I'm seeing is that some things are not being done all the way through. And this is just one of those checks and balance for the clerk's office, just to say like, oh, I have this form. Oh yes, we need to keep track of this so that way the moderator is aware. And if anybody has questions, it's easily found on the pre-election checklist. If it's on the ElectionNet and there are people that have concerns about absentee ballots, it's very difficult. I tried going on there. You need an invitation or a special email to access that. And I recently experienced my daughter followed through with an absentee ballot, and she was not given an email so she could track her absentee ballot. Wasn't even aware of that process. So I think there's certain processes that are there that are not followed through, but with a form that allows the clerks to complete before elections and process it through to the moderator, I think it will be very beneficial to make sure that all that information is being tracked properly.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the city and town clerks do get training, and the Secretary of State trains them. There's also an association of the city and town clerks that according to the Secretary of State's office, this association does a lot of training. Dan Healy is the town or city clerk from Nashua that comes up here quite a bit, and I believe he's the president of that association. They do a lot of work training the city and town clerks. So I still do believe that adding this absentee ballot information to the nice, pre-election certificate is just extra information that doesn't need to be on there. And I have one more issue on the amendment. It says on letter C that the number of spoiled ballots should be listed, but the spoiled ballots don't happen until after let's see, the spoiled ballots. Oh, so you're thinking that spoiled ballots are identified by the city or town clerk?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Yes, so if someone had made an error, sometimes they can fill out that absentee ballot there. That's a spoiled ballot, and they would get a new one
I see. Okay.
to make that correction.
Okay, well, so I understand why we have spoiled ballots in here, but I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it's a good idea to, clutter up this pre-election certificate with the extra absentee ballot data. All right, thank you.
Representative Waring.
Yeah, if I could just ask a general question, where else is this information captured?
You can find it on ElectionNet because that's where the clerk processes it. But I don't have access to ElectionNet, so I'm not able to get that information.
Ask a follow-up if you'd like.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if this was on the pre-election certificate, then it would be generally more transparent to the voters at large. Is that correct? And then they wouldn't have to specifically go onto ElectionNet in order to understand this information in the reconciliation of the absentee ballots. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we're only looking at the totals of these items. So it's not like we're looking at individual absentee ballots. So it would be transparent to those who are interested in seeing the numbers of absentee ballots.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've found out since the absentee ballots are tracked on ElectionNet, it's very secure. We know exactly, how many absentee ballots were sent out and how many came back. So, and I think maybe this is a weak argument. I think there has to be a level of trust somewhere that the city clerk, that, the information's in ElectionNet, and the public, if they can't see ElectionNet, and I think they have to trust that this election officials have, there's a very clear and precise inventory of the absentee ballots. I think that needs to be recognized.
Okay. Is there further questions, Representative Ward?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a technical question about lines 9, 11, and 19, where you talk about ward clerk. Is that city clerk? Ward clerks are very different. They only work the day of the election. There'd be no pre-election involvement of them in cities. So I think the terminology here is confused, which is not anybody's fault. It's confused throughout the RSA.
I think that's the existing RSA. Let me just trust but verify
It
that
is. It
statement.
is what is existing, and it's actually what is on HB 154.
Not it's inconsistent in the RSAs.
Yes.
They don't
Yeah.
understand.
We would
towns
have
and
to
cities.
revamp that whole section plus some, but for
Probably
sake of time, just
We
looking
probably
to.
should. Well, I'll be voting against this as a highly unnecessary amendment.
We'll add that to our list of fixing after campaign finance. So we're going to vote on this today. I have sent this off to the clerk, the amendment off to the clerk to get a ruling on germaneness. I think it is germane, but it is jumping into a different section of RSA. you're going from the moderator's worksheet to the clerk's worksheet. I told the clerk I believe it's germane, but the last thing I want to do is vote on this thing, have it be attached, send it to the floor, and then have to pull it all off. So we are going to vote on this today. We're going to go into the AI bill, but I'm waiting for a ruling on germaneness, just so everybody knows. So if we're done with the debate, I'm going to recess it. When we,
Can I just make sure that I explain it correctly? It was under the moderator certificate because there
Okay.
was no place for this.
Yeah.
However, because of HB 154, it opened an avenue for the clerk to have a pre-election certificate. So that's where I believe the best place is for it, because the clerk is the one that manages the absentee ballots.
Okay, that's fine.
thank
We'll take it back. When we come back, we are going to come back to this today. We're going to come back in a disposition on the amendment. Representative Brin, yes? Okay. So with that, I'm going to recess 1523. We'll come back on a disposition on the amendment. I'm going to open up House Bill 1596 FN, requiring a disclosure of deceptive artificial intelligence usage in political advertising. Representative Weary is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion of inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. Judiciary is right now working on a framework for artificial intelligence, and I think part of that includes the election aspects. And I think we would be better served if we waited a little bit. First of all, I'm completely behind the principles of this, and I think it's a good idea. I think it's much needed. So I'm not castigating the bill in principle. What I'm objecting to is that I think we've got another committee that is spearheading artificial intelligence, and we should let them do their work and then, as necessary, modify our legislation after they're done their preliminary work.
I'm sure Representative Brennan would like to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the statement about the bill that is in judiciary, there are actually several AI bills. Judiciary is stripping the election part out of the bill that they have before them. And in fact, all of the AI bill sponsors have been invited to a meeting this afternoon to discuss making some cohesiveness between all of them. But this bill would be the vehicle strictly for elections, whereas the other bills stand on their own. This bill, as written, is able to go into effect prior to the 2024 election. All other bills being considered by judiciary and other committees may not go into effect, actually cannot go into effect until 2025. I think it's really important that we pass this legislation so that we can have something in place prior to the 2024 elections. This is the only bill that is allowed to be passed and go into effect prior to November 2024. The rest cannot, because of the way that they are written, and they have criminal and civil penalties explicitly spelled out and prescribed within those bills. This bill does not. It leaves it to the courts to decide what is the appropriate penalty. While that may not be the ideal bill, this is the one that provides the framework and allows for future bills to go into effect in 2025 to be more prescriptive in how they handle AI-related deepfakes and deceptive media manipulation. So I would ask that at minimum, we consider passing this bill ought to pass. And if there is an appetite for waiting until after there has been discussion after today's meeting to try and make the cohesion between the bills, then I would ask that you potentially recess so that we can come back to it and potentially have language that works throughout all the bills. But again, this is the only bill that can be passed and go into effect prior to the 2024 elections.
Further discussion on the motion of expedient to legislate. Representative Lane.
Thank you. I'd also just like to remind the committee that Secretary of State Scanlon actually supported this bill and said it was a great first step. And then we can build on it in the next years to come as we get more information and we're not quite so rushed. And I also would ask that we recess and take advantage of the meeting that's going to happen at 12:30, and then either come back to this today if we have to, or take it up next Tuesday.
Further discussion on the motion of Phoenix Beach Legislature, Representative Katam.
I just wanted to point out that the same section is also getting changed in the judiciary bill. So these would be like conflicting with each other. And that one, although they're still trying to work on it today at 12:30, I think the definitions are much more cleaned up in it, and it's just the legal terms in it are just much more clear. I do understand your concern about the effective date, and perhaps that's something that could be changed in that one, but I am a little bit concerned that even if this passed today and then the other one passes next week, then it's going to override this one anyway.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. The way that this bill is written again is it's the only way to pass something in time for the 2024 election. While I do agree that the definitions in the other bills could be incorporated into this bill, and that is why I ask for you to consider a recess so that we can get an amendment. There were a lot of developments that happened in the last couple of days in communication with the other sponsors and the development of this meeting happening today that made it impossible to get an amendment drafted to make the definitions match. As far as the other bills superseding, this bill would still be in effect prior to the other ones taking effect. So while this bill may not last in its current form forever, it is the only way to get something done. This is a bill that is widely supported, and it is supported emphatically by the Secretary of State for passing it in this form. So again, we can have it in place before the 2024 elections. The other bills absolutely cannot. There is a rule that they cannot go into effect until 2025 because of this prescriptive nature and the criminal penalties associated with those bills. So this is the only way forward. And, you know, again, I would ask if you would consider a recess. That might be the ideal way to make sure that all bills are properly considered. If you would not like to consider a recess, then I would ask that you consider passing this bill ought to pass, and perhaps there might be a floor amendment that could deal with some of the definitions that might come out of the meeting later today.
First discussion, Representative Quayle.
Mr. Chairman, I too have some concerns with this bill, and they focus around lines 15 through 18 on page 1, and then lines 11 and 12 on page 2. On page 1, line 15, if you read through to 18, it appears to say that a person shall not distribute one of these deep fakes who should have known it's deceptive and fraudulent. And then on page 2, lines 11 and 12, it talks about how a candidate can bring an action for general or special damages against the sponsor. It sounds to me as if this would leave a person who is simply innocently distributed a message, they forward an email or share a Facebook post they came across, would then be subject to potential court action for damages, would then have to prove it wasn't the case they should have known. And I think the heart of the problem here is that these deep fakes are very difficult for anybody without significant technical knowledge and possibly proper software to determine that it's a deep fake. So, in a nutshell, I'm concerned it could expose ordinary people to the risk of a court action, which they would then have to hire legal help to defend against. And I think that could have a chilling effect on their exercise of their First Amendment rights. I have other concerns about the bill, but that's my chief concern. If this were changed to someone shall not create and distribute such a synthetic deep fake file, I think that would address my main concern. Thank you.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. There is a difference between a sponsor, distributor, and an average person forwarding an email. And so, it's important to make that distinction. We have heard from media companies who are concerned about the distribution mentioned in this bill, and they have submitted language for an amendment. But there have been other things that have come before me in the last couple of days that would be suggested language that we could address if this bill is recessed, or again, if it needs to be passed today for a floor amendment. I'm more than happy to hear your suggested language, Representative Quayle, and would welcome that. I've gotten several emails from several different people, several suggested amendments, and it just could not happen fast enough for today, as that much of that has been received in the last couple of days. And as we know, OLS doesn't work on the weekends, which is good for them. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion of any speaking to legislate? Hearing none, I'm going to recess this bill. I was trying to let you guys duke it out while I got my germane ruling. So we'll come back to this. We may come back to it today, just FYI. So if you're leaving, then you're not going to be enjoying the public hearings in the afternoon. You'll have to take me on my word when I say that if we reconvene the executive session, this will be the only bill that we will take up. Okay, so we're recessed on 1596. The executive session will stand in recess because we're still waiting on the germaneness ruling. So we'll start up on the work session. Changing gears. All right, so going to open up the full committee work session on House Bill 1091 relative to financing of political campaigns. I believe Representative Lane has a redlined copy of the amendment to the amendment to the amendment to the RSA to the double clutched.
I don't think she made that. at the request of a couple of people, and at the request of a couple of people, I went through, I don't need this, somebody else can have it. Just to show everybody, because the way that OLS put this together was to change the entire chapter, and there's a lot of sections that are not changing. So what I did was go through and X out for you all the sections that are not changing so that you could focus on the ones that are changing. And when I get done with this, it eliminates about 3 pages out of the bill. So there, yeah. So there's a lot of things that in here that simply, when OLS put it together, they just included everything, including things that weren't changing. So I thought at least that would allow us to focus on the things that are changing, and you could look at those. And then a lot of the ones at the end do show what's changed in the bill. So the last few pages of here highlight in bold what's changing, the language that's changing, and take out what is being deleted. And a lot of those are just to go through and to, if you might recall, Representative Quayle, we agreed that we would keep in success, what is it? Succeed or defeat, or success or defeat, or whatever that term was. To replace the term influence to support, blah, blah, oppose, whatever. So a lot of that, when you go back and change that, that means nothing's changing in a lot of these sections. The other one that's being changed a lot is when you get into some of the communication stuff, it focuses only on calling. So we put it in as communication. Again, that's the only thing that's changing, is the word calling is becoming communication. That's in push pulling. And then when we get to a section about, one of the comments that they asked us to change was make it treasurer throughout. So it's just treasurer and fiscal agent. So anytime the word fiscal agent showed up, we had to change it to treasurer. So that's, again, a lot of these changes, they're in here and they're minor, but it's not really the crux of what we were trying to do. So I would just beg your indulgence. That's the way when you go through a complicated section like this that you have to do it. But I'm hoping at least you can see that the things that are what's important and what's changing. And that was the purpose of this. I did give to OLS today changes based on what we talked about last week, because we're running out of time. But unfortunately, I don't have that in front of us for today. And the other thing I gave you are definitions that we worked on last week that I cleaned up. And unfortunately, I was getting tired, so it's not redlined. but it's pretty much reflecting what we talked about last week. And one of the things that we've talked about, and we probably should talk about today, is one of the things we did is we conflated. One of the comments we got was that there is no definition of an exploratory time, a primary time, and a general time. So, and you can give, but the statute says you can give like 5,000 during this time, 5,000 during that time, and 5,000. But there's no definitions of when those times start and end. So what the committee did was just collapse it and make it one time. And so it didn't change the amounts. So you can give a total of 15,000 during the election time. And then we defined election cycle. But that's why we had to also define candidate, because it wasn't sure when you became, another thing was nobody's sure when you became candidate, because it says, well, you file for office. And the problem is you're fundraising and gathering money. As we all know, during our current campaign for governor, everybody's out raising money now, but nobody's having to report it because they haven't technically filed. So the idea being that we would get, you can raise all the money you want, you can get it from wherever you want, just be transparent about it. And so file it and be transparent about it. And that's really what I think the bulk of what we worked on was, to try and go through that piece. And I know Representative Quayle, I think you may not be, no, that was Senator Gray. Senator Gray is not in favor of conflating it. So we'll take that up in the Senate when we get over there. But I guess I just want to have everybody talk about that and give us your feelings on that, because that's what the subcommittee came up with. But if the committee's not comfortable with that idea, then we need to talk about it. Just in
Was there a rationale for why we?
no, I have not heard why.
I don't recall one either. This was by email, I think, that we
Yeah, we
got
just,
that.
yeah.
And to agree with Representative Lane, well, my idea of having one period that covers the whole election cycle, but with the same total donation, is that I think it's reasonable to presume that candidates and political committees are competent to manage their finances over that period. And as far as, well, the rationale for requiring candidates and political committees to report receipts above a certain threshold, I think the Secretary of State expressed it very well. He said the point is to enable the public to decide for themselves whether someone might be subject to undue influence by, say, a major donor. And the rationale for having these entities report their expenses is, in my view, is that it ensures the public that those donations are being spent for the political campaign purpose. So there's no, right, just makes it more, it keeps it transparent. I mean, that's what we do now, and it keeps it transparent. And I consider that a sufficient reason, the transparency in that with the receipts and expenses, I consider that making sure the public can decide for themselves if undue influence is involved is a sufficient reason for that compromise to what I think should be inviolate. That is the First Amendment right to free speech. Thank you.
Yeah, and so where that shows up, it's not specifically stated anywhere, but it shows up on page 8 on line 4, where it talks about it. Basically, those 3 categories of time have been deleted in that section. So it you have to kind of know what you're looking for. Here you go. Oh, are you using that one? You can have it. Yeah. You need that? Yeah. You have to kind of know what the intent was in order to understand that change, which is why I wanted to bring it up to everybody. So, because I don't know that looking through it, you'd capture that necessarily as to why it was done. And then another big change is later down on that same page is about surplus campaign contributions. And this was something that the Secretary of State asked, so, and we talked about, because a lot of people don't bring their accounts down to zero, as a lot of us got letters, I got a letter, about, and if you don't do it, there's severe penalties. And we need to address that. So the way the Secretary of State suggested doing it was to, whatever's left in your account at the end of your campaign gets rolled over into a new campaign account. So basically, it saves us all from being in violation of the campaign finance laws unintentionally. And it will roll over for the next year into a new account. You would have to bring that still down to zero, but in the future. But if you're running again, you're not going to bring it. You just have to file. So that would keep a lot of us from being in violation of unwittingly being in violation of the campaign finance laws. So that's in line 20 on page 8. Yeah.
Representative Burnham.
When you're saying it gets down to zero and it rolls over to the next campaign run, so that balance becomes the new balance for that
For your next campaign.
campaign.
And if you're not going to run, then you have to get that down to zero anyway. So often what people will do, if it's been a loan to themselves, they'll pay that loan back, or that you can give it to another campaign. So a lot of people give it to to the party, to another campaign, whatever. So, but you would have to get it down to 0.
Also give it to a charity.
Yes.
You need to get it down to 0 if you want to close that
Correct.
that account out. If you want to end it, you have to get it down to 0 by one of the approved methods.
And the excess funds from Barry for Governor will be given to charity, not to the party. Just saying.
Okay. And then one of the other things that Secretary of State and the AG's office asked us to do was to synchronize the reporting dates between all different kinds of political committees. So we have done that. Bear with me. It's on page 9, and it starts down at the bottom of that page where it talks about the first Wednesday. So this section is relatively new. The wording, some of it's the same, but some of it's new. But the goal here is so that all political committees have the same reporting schedules. And it doesn't vary by different types of political committees. And then one of the definitions on this page I gave you was political committee. And it reflects the changes that I think we talked about, but I would ask everybody to maybe look at that as well, because it's much more simplified than what's in the existing statute. And what happens is that once a political committee spends $1,000 or gathers receipts of $1,000, then they have to report. So the threshold is $1,000. Again, you can take as much in, you can spend as much as you want, assuming the statute lets you, because some of these are limited, but just disclose it. That's all we're after, is just disclose it. And to do it in a uniform manner, because they entertain a lot of questions, SOS and the AG's office, about when do I file, how do I file, that kind of thing. So I think that's it. And then the other thing about reporting is that we're going to report everybody has to report the way it's written. Everybody has to report using the campaign finance program or system on the Secretary of State's office, the portal. Sometimes I don't like to use that word because people
I appreciate the not using the term portal. Thank you.
people have a knee-jerk reaction
instant,
sometimes
yes.
to the word portal.
I'm one of those people.
And we phased it in with the idea being, one, the Secretary of State is developing a new system, and then 2, to have everybody start using it the first year would probably be a disaster. So we phased it in by having those who have staff, basically, and have the smaller numbers. So governor, state senate, executive council members, right? Those are the 3. And then we would bring us, the House reps, and the commissioners in, and anybody else in later in the second year. And so that was because the problem is that a lot of people in larger races do not use it, and it's very confusing and very hard to get the data if it's not in the system. In other words, if they actually fax it in, they're still faxing their stuff in. So, and they don't follow things by putting them in alphabetical order, and they make it really hard for people to get the data. So the idea in the committee was to try and do it this way and phase it in. So
Which I'm a huge fan of that idea, because there are a lot of games that are played with that. So to Representative Lane's point, you'll get a candidate for governor will fax in like a 50, 60 page report, which is then barely legible because it came in via fax in 2024. And then the Secretary of State's office has to get it, scan it, and then upload it, and that takes a little while. So while everybody else has reported and had their stuff posted, the campaigns that have decided to still use paper in 2024 are having their disclosures obfuscated for an extra 48 hours, which is a problem because we have a 48-hour reporting requirement.
Yeah.
So that's I know there's going to be. I know that when some of our colleagues in the House see that, there's going to be this knee-jerk reaction. The online system is really easy to use. It is really easy. It is easier than paper. Like it just is. So it's 2024. We can report these things online. The other nice part about it is it becomes night and day. Did you have your report in on time? There's no like, I used to play a game. I'd email it in at 11:59 because the law says that day. So I'd schedule it up. It would hit at 11:59. So you can't play those games when you're using online because it's just, did you make it? Yes or no? And it's much, I don't like to use the word fair, but it's much more transparent, and it doesn't, I don't think it impugns on anyone's First Amendment right to send a fax. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not a thing. So I'm very happy that's in there.
I have some, Mr. Chairman, are we following normal rules of procedure where I need to be recognized first? Or-
If it gets out of control, yes, but
Okay,
it hasn't, so no.
So it's more like the rules we had on the subcommittee. Okay. I do have some reservations about making the use of the automated online system mandatory for everyone. I have two concerns. One, I do think it will encounter more opposition in the House, and we need to get it past the House. And I'm also somewhat concerned that it could be an additional barrier to participation for candidates for the House in particular who are running very low-cost campaigns. I think this could be fixed by, and I'm putting this thought out here, I think this could be fixed by putting a dollar threshold on expenditures and receipts for when you have to use the online system. That's my
Yeah,
thought.
I mean, we could keep it the same as it is now, as $1,000.
It's
and-
1,000.
And
yeah.
like, so I think that would be moot because if it's $1,000 to follow to
Well,
begin with,
I would make it a bit higher than that.
you think I guess
I just,
well, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I thought $1,000 for a state rep was not a low cost campaign. Some state reps spend a lot less than that. Yes.
Yeah, I know I'm not an expert in this, but I run a low-cost campaign, and I strive to keep my campaign expenses under $500 if at all possible. And I think that, and when at the point, there was one point where I think the threshold was lower, and I used the Secretary of State's system, which was at that point it was not an ideal system, but it was certainly not terribly problematic, and it was a lot easier than like messing with envelopes or faxes or anything. It was just you put it into the right slots on the web page and you're done.
Yeah. My favorite part about it is it keeps your donor list populated. So if like somebody gives you another contribution, you can just click on it and it just automatically populates that all. And that is I cannot tell you how convenient that is. Not having to go and look up the same
Well,
person 19 times.
I like the system myself. I found it pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Got-
Well, that's why I think it's important we do phase it in. I hear the concern, but I think, I mean, I guess an easy counterpunch is how many of our members are actually having, how many members do we have that are getting the physical calendar mailed to them because they don't use the internet and are also running campaigns over $1,000? I would imagine that number would be zero. I do know that there are a couple of members that get the calendar mailed to them. Like that's a thing. Like you have that option as a state rep. You can get the calendar mailed to you if you choose to.
Well, I did get it mailed to me because I don't want to print out 75 pages on my printer.
See?
But the difficulty with that is it takes 6 days to get to me. So I'll probably get this week's on Thursday.
You'll enjoy finding out
But
what
nonetheless.
you just voted on. Enjoy finding out. Representative Bohm.
Yeah,
It must be.
yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't mail anything. I mean, I tell my dentist, I don't buy stamps. So you have to wait to my next appointment to get my money. But the point is, it's the same. Online is easy. It's what? But the thing is, and I don't spend any money on my campaigns. I mean, other than when I ran for Senate, but I had a file, but I mean, I bought my signs years ago and I haven't spent any money for forever type thing. So, and I don't take money from people and I don't spend money. So, you know, the county spends money for me, but that's their problem. not mine. So,
Yes, I have the other situation where I think I'm one of the like highest spending state reps. I think I'm like,
Yeah.
but that's what happens when you represent Manchester, and
You,
that
yeah, you have
I'm
a,
the proud representative of the chairman of the Democratic Party, and
Yeah.
I'm sure he loves my voting
and
record.
you have a floterial.
And I have
for
I have a
those-
30,000 float. I have a huge seat. I have a huge competitive. I have a huge seat. I think it's the 15th most competitive seat in the state, and I'm a target. But Representative Lane,
To look at Representative Quayle's concerns, one thing that I remember seeing when I was reading some different statutes where they were transitioning into this is that if you needed assistance or you didn't want to do this, that you could get a waiver from the Secretary of State's office. And it also required them, and I don't know if any of you, but they're wonderful to help you because so I don't know if we put something like that in to help the folks that, you know, for like maybe the first 3 or 4 years to kind of transition in, if that would appease that and make it more.
Yeah, I think that sounds, yeah,
palatable.
just some way that people are going to have a real difficulty with it, but aren't spending, huge amounts. I mean, you and I discussed this, and I think we agreed that it's the big money races that are the most concerned, and they are, I think, and should be of the most concern to the public.
yeah, I think starting off with Senate, Council, Governor, and PACs is the way to go, and then
And a waiver would be simple too, and
yeah.
not
It-
complicate
Yeah,
things.
it
much.
would be nice. Like you have to explain why you want a waiver. It's like I cannot use it
Yeah.
out the internet. It's like okay, do you want people knowing that? Like
But
Um,
I think that's a reasonable way to deal with that concern.
okay, I think that's fine. If that keeps the because I would like to eventually move to a system where you have to report it online because it's just getting out of it's I mean it's rampantly abused. It's just rampantly abused, and it's not driving any compelling interest to keep it like that. So. All right, we want to continue on, Representative Lane, as we wait for our. Apparently, we're about to get a ruling any minute now on the germaneness. Any minute. I know you are waiting with bated breath.
One other thing that we defined was election cycle, and we went around and around about the exact dates, but right now you'll see that it starts, an election cycle starts the day after the election. It's it's a definition, I don't know if I changed it or not. Hold on. It's towards the end of the receipts. It's on page 6, it's line 3. And what we kind of tossed around a lot of different ideas, but now we've come to that it begins, it's on the 8th day after a state election through 7 days after the next state general election. So the idea was to capture that whole time period, and the debate about when exactly it starts and stops was that you might want some time to kind of clean up that, and people might give you money that you haven't put in yet and whatever, and to cut it off pretty soon, and then at that point then you're running for your next whatever election it is. So I just thought people should see that, because that is at least I thought was a big change. But we need to define what election cycle is so that we know when the time period is that people can give money to, because we don't really have that defined. So I don't know if people have thoughts on that. I know Representative Berry wanted some, I think you wanted an additional time, or?
Yeah, I mean,
you
I'm
were
not.
concerned
I'm
about
not. I'm
laws.
not gonna die on the hill. But yeah,
Okay.
no. I think I wanted it after I think I basically wanted certification after the recounts and everything. But I think
okay.
this is. it's not going to be like you must do this or I will not vote for this. It's not that sort of deal. But that was in my mind, like once the election's certified and over, then it's over because you still have recounts and stuff like that. And, but like I said, it's not. That's just an idea. It's not a line in the sand.
Well, I guess in that sense, you will be expending money at that point. So, and it would be for that election. It would
Yeah,
be-
that was my
yeah.
thought process on it. Was that the recounts
Yeah.
can take up to 2 weeks. And if you're in theory hiring an attorney, that sort of stuff.
Right, that would be, so you want to say 8 days after the election is certified?
You could do to me the day the election is certified. It's fine. Whatever you want, it's fine. I said I'm not.
Well, I think this was the recommendation of Secretary of State,
Yeah,
and
that's
then we
fine.
talked about it in the committee, so I just want to make sure everybody's got a consensus so that, it doesn't come up and,
Yeah, if you want to do 8 days after certification, I think that seems reasonable. Yes, Representative Rafter.
Yeah, just a question. Would that mean that different races end on different times? If a race is certified
Yeah, that's a
2
good
days
point.
after,
that's
Yeah,
what
that's
it's
a good
going to
point.
mean.
so would it be better to say 3 weeks after the election? Because we know that everything will be certified by then.
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good point. Yeah, let's just do 3 weeks. Call it a day.
I think that's fine too. The important point is to have it clearly defined.
Right.
Yeah, have a yeah. That's I'm more concerned about that point than I am anything else. Is the actual? I've said this before in the committee.
Right.
There needs to be an end. There has to be at some point. It has to come to a stop. Okay. The speaker
Yeah.
says it is fine. So we're
Okay.
gonna get out of campaign finance mode real quick. Do we have everybody here? Who are we missing? We're missing Representative Howard. Did he run to the?
Okay, Representative, where is he? Yeah, can somebody text him? I left
Sorry.
my phone at home.
send one of yours to the bathroom.
Yeah, we can do that, or I won't. Yeah, there we go. I'll tell you what. We'll open her up while who went out to go get him?
Who can go get him?
No, somebody just went out to go get him.
I choose which one of yours goes to the bathroom?
Well, you can go too.
we
You
could
could go get him and it'd be fine. No. All right, we're going to recess the working session. We're going to reconvene the executive session. We're on Bill 1523. Let me get to my.
Can I just make one comment?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're not gonna. I'm gonna give Representative Howard a second to.
Okay.
John Tom back. So yes, you may speak. So we're on 1523. We're on the amendment, and we're in a OT. We're in it. We're on the amendment with an OTP disposition. Okay. All right. All right. Representative Burnham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to give you a visual. I know this is really far. I don't have any of these for you, but this is the new updated moderator certificate, which is where originally this bill was intended to have the absentee ballot inventory. And you could see it's 2 sides, and they changed it so the totals are on the back side for a quick glance. This is now just the moderators. This is the new revised moderator certificate, now called the pre-election certificate, which is to the clerk. So it's not to the moderator anymore. And all this amendment information, the little list of numbers that is on that amendment, could just go right on the back, just for quick glance. So it's really easy and simple and available for public to see if needed. I just wanted to, that's what it's pertaining to.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Bird, would you like to be the guy that goes finds Representative Howard so we can? Okay. I just want to note it that the very niceness on being here. I could call this over here. I just want to note it when they write tales of my generosity. It's the most generous chair of all time and the most partisan committee of all time.
Yeah.
have a,
That's right. Yeah, this, when people like when they pick me for governor, they're gonna be like, I remember when he held that vote open to let his opposition come back. Representative Hamlet,
I do have one more comment about
Yes.
1523.
on the amendment.
On the amendment.
Yep.
Yes, I'm still not sure about the amendment, but I wanted to say that when we met with the Secretary of State's office, they made it clear that the counting of the regular election day ballots is completely different from the handling of the absentee ballots. It's a completely different process. The absentee ballots are sent out to the city clerks before the regular ballots, and then the city clerks, track, they track how many applications, like I explained. And in fact, the city clerk could mail out, this could get really confusing, but I believe the city clerk could, if they mailed an absentee ballot to a voter and the voter called up and said they lost it, the clerk could send out a second absentee ballot to that voter, but it would be noted in ElectionNet that 2 ballots were sent out to that voter. So that if that voter tries to vote twice, that will immediately be caught by the city clerk when the ballots are received back. So the absentee ballot inventory is just, I don't know, it's a little bit non-germane to what House Bill, 154 is trying to do, which was to, clean up the pre-election certificate and the moderator's post-election certificate, which they are nicely cleaned up right now. And it also addressed the new voting machines. So I understand what the sponsor is trying to do with, helping to assure all the people that are questioning, the validity of the inventory of the ballots. I understand that she's trying to do that, but I don't think it's necessary on this form. That's all.
Yes, Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so this is a new form established by HB 154, and if it's signed in, then only then can this amendment take effect. There is no other form or access except for online through ElectionNet by the clerk to see the inventory of absentee ballots. So I think that it just allows more transparency for our voters to see how many absentee ballots are received, how many are released to those requesting them, how many actually come back, because some voters may not send them back. How many might be spoiled? It might be a small number, but as we continue to use more and more absentee ballots, I think it would be very important to have this ahead of time. So if there's any question by voters, it's a quick view on one sheet that's all together given to the moderator and the Secretary of State's office. Thank you.
Representative Hamlet.
So I think if we pass this amendment, I think we're actually amending House Bill 154.
No, okay. Yeah, so I've let this go. 154 is signed into law. So it is now law.
Right.
So we're not attaching to 154. It is now chaptered RSA. It's a thing. So this certificate exists. It is a thing now. So it's not if it's signed into law, it's law.
Yes.
So it's not an attachment to 154. The RSA now exists. This is are we going to change the RSA that was in 154 that became law? Are we going to now attach this amendment to this new certificate? Okay. Did that clarify everything for everybody? 154 is law. I tried not to talk about 154, but 154 is law. Universally loved 154. Any other discussion on the amendment? I will end with this. I'll be voting for the amendment. I will remind the committee I have voted for many amendments that I disagree with in the interest of moving things forward for the other side. So I would appreciate some deference on that, even if you have fundamental disagreements with the underlying bill or even the bill as amended. But that's all I can say to that. With that, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment. Let me read out the amendment number. 2024 1053H.
Is it 1001?
It's 1053H.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo Bryan,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Bixby, Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry,
Chair votes yes. I'm gonna need the count here.
18 to
'cause-
2.
18 to 2. So with that amendment, 18 to 2. Amendment 2024-0153H is adopted to House Bill 1523. Representative Burnham is recognized for a new motion.
Excuse me, what was the vote number?
18 to 2.
Oh, thank you.
You recognize Representative Burnham. To make a motion. Because I believe you ought to pass
Yes,
as amendment to the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. I make a motion to pass HB 153 with amendment.
I'll help her out.
I didn't have it in
Yeah,
front of me.
I
I'm
believe
sorry. Help me
Representative
out.
I believe Representative Burnham is moving ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1523 with Amendment 2024-0153H.
Thank you, yes.
Yes, and
So
Representative
sorry.
Weary is seconding the motion that Representative Burnham definitely made. With that, now we are on discussion on the bill as amended. Is there a discussion on the bill as amended? Yes, Representative Aikenberg.
So I just have a question about when the new bill, when this form would be completed.
Well, it says, like when it would be completed or when it would become law?
When it would be completed in the election process.
Representative Burnham, you want to answer that?
In other words, is this before the polls open?
Oh, yes. So the pre-election certificate is completed before the election by the clerk. Yes.
Are there, yes, sorry, Representative Muirhead.
That question, the original 154 now law, it says when the ballots are counted, the moderator and clerk shall certify the number received. And here it says when the ballots and absentee ballots are counted. Now, does that mean when the unmarked ballots are counted prior to voting day? Or does that mean when the marked ballots are counted after voting is done?
It means unmarked. It means the
Representative Hamlet's answering.
ballots that are sent by the Secretary of State to the city and town clerks. Those uncounted, those are the uncounted ballots.
Uncounted.
Okay. And
Representative Muirhead recognized.
And at what point, like in the existing pre-election certificate, when would, it says when the ballots are counted, the moderator and clerk shall certify thereon the total number of ballots received. When would that certification happen as 154 is currently written and legislated?
Let's look.
no, it can happen at the beginning of the election unless absentee ballots are included. If absentee ballots are included, we still receive some absentee ballots during election day. So those would have to be added on. Right. Yeah, I believe that's correct. And I have another comment after him.
Oh, Representative, sorry, I'm trying to read. Yes, Representative Muirhead.
Okay, thank you. If we had to wait until all the voting was done to make sure that no election absentee ballots are received on voting day, this would no longer be a pre-election certificate.
Representative Burnham.
Actually, those numbers are counted on the moderator's worksheet, and that was already pre-existing. This is just counting the absentee ballots that are sent to the clerk's office, that are requested by voters. Okay, that closes the Friday prior to elections. The number of absentee ballots spoiled, that would be the ones if the voter makes an error on their ballot and then goes back for a second ballot, that would be a spoiled ballot prior to election. The number of absentee ballots not returned by voters, that would be that would be by that Friday or prior to the election. So those numbers would be there. And then the number of absentee ballots not used, and that would be that Friday prior to election.
Okay, so I'm going to read RSA 65832 from SB 154, so we're all on the same page. Pre-election certificate. The Secretary of State shall prepare and distribute to each town or ward clerk 3 copies of the pre-election certificate. When ballots are counted, the moderator and clerk shall certify thereon the total number of ballots received. 1 copy shall be retained by the moderator for his or her records. 1 copy shall be retained for the clerk for his or her records, and 1 copy shall be forwarded by the clerk to the Secretary of State with the election returns pursuant to 65975. Yes, Representative Muirhead.
Just looking at the way it's written, I don't think it says that these numbers not returned by voters, for instance, line 16 on the amendment, would be not returned as of the Friday before the election, at 5 p.m. or noon or what have you. It could be, that's open to interpretation. So some might think, well, that's the number not returned at the point at which all ballots have been counted on election day.
I believe that is in an RSA. I just don't have that number in front of me as to the process and procedures of the clerk and the absentee ballots, but there is a date where they can no longer mail absentee ballots, and then the latest they can receive them is 5 o'clock on election day. So they could still receive them on Monday prior, but we're talking about mailing, and there is an RSA that does have those. If anything, I believe it's in the workbook.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then I think now we have 2 totals of absentee ballots. We have the absentee ballots on the moderator's certificate, if we put in this amendment, that were received as of the Friday before election. And then we have the additional absentee ballots that are not included in that total that are received maybe over the weekend and received on election day. So we have two different totals of absentee ballots. And I have a completely different question about this bill. That is that the original bill also changes the moderator's worksheet, which is now called the moderator's post-election certificate, which actually is the reconciliation of the votes at on election day. So this this bill 1523 would also change the moderator's post-election certificate, which I am absolutely against.
Yes, Representative.
I'm going to be voting against the bill primarily because I'd like to give a chance for the dust to settle on HB 154, and then let's look at this to see if this is a problem or if, because we haven't even gone through an election cycle with 154 in place. And just not that this may not be warranted and it may give more transparency. I would just like to get a little more comfortable with the new process under 154 and then come back and see if we need to do this and maybe clear up some of the language that's creating the conversation and confusion. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the moderator's post-election certificate only has the numbers of absentee ballots cast on as official election day ballots and also the ones that are cast on election day. Has nothing to do with the ones, the inventory that is being tracked on the pre-election certificate. So they wouldn't even match. It's just monitoring the amount of absentee ballots that come in, how many come back, and so forth. So it wouldn't have anything to do with the moderator's worksheet now because of this new form and what's stated in HB 154.
Okay, so I think let's clear up some of the confusion here. The problem is the name pre-election certificate's really confusing. It really probably shouldn't be called that. We're not going to get into that because when you look at it, it says when the ballots are counted. So that's not before the election. That's kind of immediately afterwards. So probably should be called the post-election certificate. Oh, you're talking about the physical counting of the blank ballots. Yeah. Okay.
Right, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay. We're talking about that. We're talking about adding these things to this list that the Secretary of State has created, right? Because 154 has certain requirements that the pre-election certificate must have. And I think that the opposition to it is it's hard to determine the number of absentee ballots not returned by the voters when you're counting something that could still be coming in, right? I think that's the point of contention is you're going to create this number that's going to be inherently disconnected because certain absentee ballots do come in on election day, and that's going to create theories, right? We need to recognize that that's going to create theories. I don't like that, right? Because they're going to say, look, they had 30 absentee ballots showed up on election day in Ward 9 in Manchester. And I'll be like, yep, because that's how many normally get there on election day in Ward 9 in Manchester. That's very concerning. That's pretty much my only objection to it is that you're using a post number in a pre-election certificate, and that's going to create theories. Yes, Representative Grill. We don't often hear from Representative Grill. Yes.
If the inventory count with the numbers that we're looking to add in is already available on ElectionNet and there's already a tracking system in place, and then the concern this is trying to address is about sort of making that available to the general public, would it not be possible to print out a report from ElectionNet and maybe include that with the existing worksheets rather than add these extra line items, which I think we're getting a little, turned around trying to make heads or tail of those? Would we not be able to just print out sort of the existing inventory reporting that is being tracked?
Yes.
I
Representative
think
Burnham.
it's a good idea.
We'll Representative Burnham
sorry.
fast. It's addressed to her.
I do agree. I just don't know if that's what's happening currently. So, or if it's consistent.
Representative Brennan.
Mr. Chair. I'm hearing a lot of confusion, and I'm wondering if this bill creates more confusion than is necessary for a problem that really doesn't exist. And I'm wondering if the tracking and inventory of ballots is done so sufficiently already with the processes we have in place and the new processes created by by Chairman Berry's favorite bill that has been signed into law. And so I'm wondering if this is absolutely necessary at this time and if it's really just trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Thank you.
Representative Hamlet.
I wish you could all have the new pre-election certificate. It is a pre-election certificate because it says, this is to certify that in accordance with RSA 658, the ballots prepared by the clerk, meaning the city or town clerk, have been examined and counted. These are the blank ballots, have been examined and counted, and we find that the total number of official ballots, excluding absentee ballots and ballots used to test electronic ballot counting devices, is. So they've completely eliminated the confusion about the absentee ballots. They don't want them in this pre-election. This is just to certify the blank ballots that the clerk has received from the SOS.
Any other comments on the bill? Okay, I guess we'll call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien, Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg, Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood, Representative Osborne, Representative Kutab,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Bixby,
No.
Representative, I skipped Representative Ward. I'm so sorry.
No.
No? Okay. Representative Bixby, just for the sake of continuity.
No.
Thank you. Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
No.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Rafter,
No.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes.
That is 11.
No, it's 11 to 9. With that, the motion of ought to pass as amendment fails on a vote 11 to 9. Is there another motion? Yes, Representative Lane.
I move that this bill is inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Brennan seconds. Is there discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Representative Muirhead.
I do think that something, an ironed out version of this could probably generate consensus in this committee. It might be next session, but it seems like there's some open questions about exactly how to operationalize it.
Maybe we could non-germane amendment a Senate bill. That would be nice to reverse course on them for once. Don't threaten me with a good time. Don't threaten me with Representative Burnham.
I believe that a quick fix to this issue, because yes, there are absentee ballots that do arrive on election day, is that number can be on the moderator's worksheet because the moderator is there to have them counted and is in track with that. I do agree with that. So that is a possible amendment to the moderator's worksheet.
We'll have to find a nice Senate bill. Yes, Representative Hamlet.
It is on the moderator's worksheet already. And
Yeah, there you go.
we include the absentee ballots.
On election, that
On
came in on
election
election
day.
day. Yeah.
Yes.
So there you go. All right. With that, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Bohm,
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Inkerberg, Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Wary,
No.
Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Osborne,
No.
Representative Kutab,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes no. With that, House Bill 1523 will be ported out without recommendation. In the wildest vote of all time.
What was that, 10-10?
That was a 10. That was that. Yeah, that's what we're familiar with. That was a 10-10. You can't be doing these weird numbers in election law, man. It's 11. It's 10-10 or 20-0. It's all I know. Yeah. That's right. That's right.
We all conspired
We
to-
conspired to really mess with my math. With that, Representative Lane, you'll handle the ITL report, and Representative Burnham, you will be responsible for the OTPA report.
I don't know how this is gonna.
Uh,
So I can tell you now.
Yeah.
So, Joan, Representative Hamlet.
Oh, it's you can
will
say it.
do the
Yeah, fine. Yeah,
report.
yeah, it's fine. I'm not overly concerned about it. Okay. So now we're gonna recess the executive. So here let me kind of give the committee the disposition what we're gonna do going forward. So we're gonna go back into work session until noon. We'll break at noon. We'll come back at 1 for the public hearings. If we get a consensus at this meeting at 12:30 on the AI bills, I'll call the AI bill vote. But you're gonna have to take me on my word. That's the only vote that I'm gonna call. So there's not gonna be any tomfoolery on other motions if I call it at all. So just do with your time what you will. That is my intention, and it's up to you. So that we're back on the work session on House Bill 1091, and we were talking about how much I loved the online system.
Yeah. And I'm gonna make the change.
And you're gonna make the change.
I'm gonna
And
make the
do we
change.
want to keep pounding away at this, or?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm almost done, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Everybody, that we are in work session, so please keep the side chatter to a minimum. I will gavel this thing down.
Yeah, and if anybody wants a copy of the red line thing, I can go upstairs and get another copy made, and you can take it home with you. So I apologize. We didn't get it.
The committee will come to order. All
We
right,
didn't-
Representative
we didn't
Lane
get-
is speaking.
So if you want a copy of the red line, let me know. I'll get one from upstairs and give it to you before you take off. So the reporting, how we're going to report, and we were kind of alluding to all this, is on page 9, line 15. I just want everybody to kind of be able to look at it. Or just highlight it so you can look at it and get back to me with any questions you might have. So this is how and this is where the schedule's set out. This is kind of one of the critical ones that we changed. So, I mean, I'm not going to say much more on it. If you want to read it and give me comments, or if you want to ask me questions about it now, but it's kind of one of the more important sections. That would be it.
I'm just reading it. Sorry.
Okay.
The awkward silence is leaving.
Okay. And well, I didn't want to rush anybody.
I get accused of on the internet of not being able to read. So I mean,
Well,
people are
you're
so
re-
mean on Twitter.
But you're reading it on the internet.
I know
so
that's
you
what I
must-
thought was
know.
hilarious. It's like, but I'm reading this insult that you're hurling at me.
All right.
You're reading this insult. I know, right? Yeah.
All right.
There's no actual corrective to this. It's I notice you don't use them much. The first thing you do when you look at your computer is take them off. First thing.
Okay. All right. Well, again, can take questions, and and I'll certainly take questions anytime. Give me a call, email me, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
And then the last one I just wanted to bring to everybody's attention, because it really hasn't changed much. We just rearranged it. Well, this is second to last one, are the definitions of expenditure and independent expenditure. And they're on that sheet that I gave you, and they reflect some of the comments. But essentially, we've shortened the definition of independent expenditure a lot. And that's because we defined expenditure, we expanded out what an expenditure was, and then we just said basically an independent expenditure is an expenditure that you can't do in concert or in coordination with a campaign, which is essentially what the definition was. We just parsed it down a little bit more. So if you want to look at the existing language, but the intent was not to really change anything there. It was just to make it a little more clear. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Howard.
So I think this would be an appropriate time to bring up the amendment that I had for HB 1239, because it does address this section. So in the first line of 17 and 18, there could be we could insert something that states any candidate whose expenditures did not exceed $1,000 during a reporting period shall attest thereto by placing a check mark in a checkbox indicating on the reporting form and on the same timelines as set out in this section. The Secretary of State shall include a checkbox for this purpose on the forms provided to candidates. Such checkbox shall be in substantially the following form of basically stating that they did not spend under $1,000, and I can provide that in written form for the amendment for 1091. If
So are you looking on page 10 and included as a subdivision somewhere in there? Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm suggesting. I mean, we could potentially put it on page 10. I haven't, because there's not much room on page 10. But the point.
Oh, there's a lot of room on page 10.
Well,
Because
yeah.
a lot of that is existing.
Yeah, that's
existing.
that's
Yeah.
kind of what I was referring to.
Yeah.
But the point being is that this way we would require all candidates to signify that they hadn't spent over $1,000 in a reporting period, and if they haven't, then they can easily just say it's not that I'm not submitting any reports. It's just that I'm not spending over $1,000. So
Right.
then, if we have people who aren't submitting reports, then we can have the Attorney General or Secretary of State reach out to them and kind
Right.
of see what the situation is.
Okay. Yeah, I agree it goes into this section. I think it's a good fit as long as we're all comfortable with that.
I think you're going to have to do some sort of phase in on that, we might guess. Yes, Representative Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I'm wondering, are you suggesting that somebody would have to submit that form all 9 times, or are you just saying it would be one time at the end of the cycle? Because to submit a form 9 times, just saying that you haven't done something, it just seems quite repetitive, especially when you consider that state reps that have run many times before aren't really spending much on campaigning anymore because people kind of know them. And so I think it's just submitting unnecessary forms if they're really not, spending any money. But if it's just one time, perhaps that could be something that could be a compromise. But to submit it 9 times, it just, and then to hold, somebody be in trouble because they forgot to, I guess.
Yeah. To respond, I mean, I think that if we did have it required for only one submission, it would just give the Secretary of State the opportunity to reach out to people who haven't submitted these financial statements to remind them, hey, by the way, if you haven't submitted these statements, you need to, or check this box before there's any potential investigation opened up beforehand if somebody is not necessarily following the proper financial guidelines.
So it is in fact just one time, not all 9 times?
We
don't think so.
could work something like that out, yeah.
I believe what Representative Howard is saying is he's open to an idea to finding a middle ground of people acknowledging that they need to file reports, even though they may not have to may not meet the threshold. Basically, is it my understanding is like you want to make sure that they know that if they hit this threshold, they need to file, and you want something from them that says, "Hey, I know this. I'm not going to do this because I'm not going to spend this money, but I know that I know that if I was to spend this money, I would be filing this stuff." Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Yeah, that would be correct.
Yes, Representative Baum.
Yeah, I mean, on that, we all get a form or something from the Secretary of State when we file for office that you have to do this, blank, 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 blank. So we know that. But if I don't, and for many elections, I've never filed and I don't really want to because I don't make it. And so I don't think forcing somebody to file, they know what the law says. So why should they even have to fill out a form saying that's just extra paperwork for me, the Secretary of State, and forever. So
I think the counterpoint is you don't know that they know what the law says because you get a packet in the mail, you throw it away. This is more of an affirmation. the difference between this is it goes from being a passive notification to an active affirmation of saying you understand it. Representative Quayle.
Yes, I don't agree with the amendment because I think we have a presumption in this country that if there's no evidence that you're breaking the law, you're not pursued, and you don't have to routinely make an affirmation that you're following the law. I think that's important, and it imposes an extra burden on candidates in terms of paperwork. The way the amendment is written, I believe it requires such a report at every reporting period. So that is a significant burden, especially for people who are not incurring high expenses. But for me, it's the presumption that we have not broken the law unless evidence is presented. We're not pursued. So that's my view on it. I don't support your amendment for that reason.
Okay, I tell you what, we're going to put a pin in that one and come back to it because I think there's more to explore. And we are coming up on the noon, and I have a meeting at 12:30, so I want to grab lunch. You guys know how I feel about lunch. The only other thing that I wanted to toss out there, and we won't talk about it right now, is I want to talk about Representative Lane in this amendment talk about making the disclaimers all the same. And I would really love to get rid of the address, the printed address on the political advertisement, the paid political advertisement. Leave the committee or the candidate's name on it, the person paying, the entity paying for it, leave that on there, and they have to be registered with the Secretary of State, and all that information is available on the Secretary of State's website. But it really just is like silly that you have to print the address on something. When, you know, if you're trying to say it could be out of state, they could get a PO box in state. Like, there's no way.
But so if it's available, I think one thing we did was it was available on the Secretary of State's website, and another that if they put a website,
The website had to have the
their
whole thing.
website had to have it.
Yeah,
So is
so
that similar or is
it's similar. So the current law for political signage is you have to have the paid for by, right? Paid for by committee name, and then underneath it you have to have either the full thing of chairman or chairman or treasurer's name and full address, or you can supplant all of that with just the website, so long as the website has that information. So I would like to see that. I really want to get those addresses dropped off just because they are like, it's just kind of wild. Like to put, especially on digital if you read it literally, you're supposed to have it on digital advertisement. And if you try to put that on a 50 by 300 banner, it takes up the entire digital advertisement. So
I don't know. I don't know how people feel about that. I mean, I guess I kind of like to know where they're coming from. I'm a little nervous that they won't be filing with the Secretary of State. I mean, they're going to have to spend what, $1,000 to file?
My counterpoint to that would be, if they're not fine with the Secretary of State, what makes you think they're going to follow the disclaimer to begin with?
That's why we have the enforcement provisions at the end of the bill.
There you go. All right, we're going to break for lunch.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Two things, and I will be brief, and I mean it. Representative Lane and I have discussed where there's an exception for registration of a political committee, which exempts a political committee of a political party. And I believe we're agreed that that exemption is appropriate. So we still agree on that, correct? My view, as full disclosure, chairman of a regional 3-town political committee of a political party, is that it does tend to reduce the administrative overhead for operations which are on a very small scale quite often. Of course, if expenses or receipts exceed $1,000 for such a committee, they still have to register and report it. So that was one thing. And the second thing is, in going through this in detail over the weekend, I have noted a number of things that you and I could probably discuss that are more or less typos. So I want to suggest that we do that. And I think that was brief. Thank you.
I just want to say, you don't have to say that you're the chairman of a 3-town committee. You can just say that you're a big wig party boss, and we'll all be fine with that.
If only.
I'll see you guys at 1:00. I'll see you guys. Boss Quayle over here. Boss Quayle. Go.
Mafia. Yeah, that was one of our more colorful figures.
Okay, we're back. For those keeping track at home, we have recessed the work session. We are now entering a public hearing. We'll open up the public hearing on CACR 22 relating to the New Hampshire presidential primary, providing that the New Hampshire presidential primary shall be the first presidential primary of a presidential election cycle. Looks like Senator Abbas will be introducing the bill. Senator Abbas, welcome to the House Election Law Committee. Welcome back to the House, Senator Abbas.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Much appreciated. I'm Senator Darrell Abbas. I represent District 22, serving the communities of Pelham, Salem, Atchison, and Plastow. And good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to thank everyone for hearing me out today. I'm asking you all to support CACR 22, which ratifies our first in the nation presidential primary into our state constitution. If you talk to anyone out of state, you know, what really puts New Hampshire on the map, what people think of when they think of New Hampshire, I always hear that live free or die motto is a big one, the old man in the mountain, and our first in the nation primary. Well, we all know we already lost the old man, unfortunately. And so we lost one tradition. And this first in the nation primary has been a tradition in this state for 100 years, over that. And we've done our elections the right way. We have extremely high turnout. And this is now a thing because here in New Hampshire, we made it a thing. It was not, no one wanted to go first 100 years ago. But because we made it a tradition and what it brings to the state and really gives us, puts us on the map, now you see out of state political organizations want to take it away. You had a few terms ago, back in 2016, in 2012, it was the Republican National Committee that was trying to bump us from our primary. Now you have the Democratic National Committee doing it, and that seems to volley back and forth, depending on what's going on in the political climate. But ultimately, we've always stood strong. But what's changed is the amount of pressure these out-of-state political organizations are trying to put on the elected officials to get them to change our tradition to accomplish their motives and their agenda, not a New Hampshire agenda. That's an anti-New Hampshire position to take, is to give up our primary. By putting it into the Constitution where I believe where it should go, they can put all the pressure they want, but the right's not going to be given to the people. And I hear some people say, well, should this go in the Constitution or not? If you go through the New Hampshire Constitution, there are plenty of election provisions in the Constitution, whether it's qualifications for office, length of terms, when the terms begin, absentee ballots, disqualifications, you name it. There's a lot in there involving qualifications to vote, filling vacancies. These are all in the Constitution. So there's no reason why this couldn't go into the Constitution. I think it's important to look at the economic benefits our state gets, especially when you don't have an incumbent or a former president running for re-election, because what happens is you have basically 10, 15, 20 candidates on each side. We're talking about office space. They rent out venues. Obviously, they have staff. It's hotels. A lot of rooms and meals revenue comes from that. They approximately, when you have a non-incumbents running on both sides, you're looking at around $2 billion in economic activity for the state, and that's a huge boost in our revenue. So I think that's something to keep in mind as well. When I say this is an anti-New Hampshire position, that's why I take that as beyond our tradition. We've made it a thing. There's diners and there's certain pit stops that have become a tradition to stop at. So I look into why the narrative to take our primary away, and maybe that's just political rhetoric and grandstanding, but it really criticizes the New Hampshire voters and our demographics. And that's just not fair to the New Hampshire voters. It's not fair to the elected officials in this state. They claim that we lack diversity and therefore are not worthy of the primary any further. And I think that's insulting to the New Hampshire voters, because minority candidates in this state have performed exceptionally well on both sides. Barack Obama won this state twice in 2008 and 2012. You saw in the second congressional district, Steve Negron won the primary twice. He's American, but his ancestry is both Puerto Rican and of Mexican descent. I'm of Middle Eastern descent, and I won my race for state senate by 25 points. So where we lack in diversity, certainly minority candidates do have the ability to perform well. I think you combine that with our turnout, minority candidates have a good chance of getting elected, at least what I can tell. So I think it's wrong to perhaps attack our tradition based on the demographics, especially because we really can't control who lives here and who doesn't based on that. So I think that's inherently wrong. I think what's happening now is by putting this in the Constitution, none of us would ever have to worry about the out-of-state pressure again. So I hope you would all support this. I know there's been different polls on whether the people would support this. I think if you look at the undecided, if you exclude that number, this would pass overwhelmingly on the ballot. It's supported by both parties, so I don't think this is really a partisan issue. This is an out-of-state New Hampshire issue or in-state issue, and I think if you want to support New Hampshire, you would support putting this into the Constitution. If you want to give in to the out-of-state pressure or the DC politics, I guess that's the decision to be made here. I know where I would stand. So I'll answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So what would happen if another state decided to put it in their constitution that they wanted to be first in the nation or wanted to be, 1 week before any other election? How would that work? Would we sue them?
Well, I don't think we would sue them. They can do that now with the current law if they so wanted to. So that's a problem either way. I just know that the only way to protect our first in the nation primary more than having it in RSA is by putting it into the Constitution, because then to change that, you would have to basically go through this whole CACR process again, put on the ballot. Because what's happening now is when the pressure that was put on this go around, it wasn't just to change our primary date. They wanted to change a lot of our election laws as well, which, and in fairness to any political party, it's kind of hard to hold the political party to that standard if they to pass and change all these laws in order to maintain their First Nation primary. That doesn't seem like that really makes sense. If they wanted to deliver on that, I'm not saying they would. I'm not sure they could have. So again, to penalize the Democratic Party for that, it seemed very disingenuous to me. And I think as New Hampshire voters, and we should always stand up for all voters. As Americans, we don't want to be disenfranchised like that. So I think sticking together is the right thing to do.
Senator Muirhead.
Thank you, Senator. Do you think that an amendment like this might also serve a kind of a civic education function? I was surprised this past winter at how few reporters understood that elections are administered by states, not by national parties. In fact, I was kind of surprised that the national parties didn't understand that elections are administered by states and are regulated by state laws. And so maybe putting this in a very visible place like the Constitution, which I ordinarily wouldn't want to muck with any more than absolutely necessary, might serve a civic education function.
It most certainly would, and I'm still not clear that some of the national parties understand that either. They think that they can control how the elections are performed. Every state has their own process and own election laws, and what qualifications it takes to be a state representative, state senate. It's different. The terms are different. So I think for us, it's also promoting our tradition and preserving it. And I think that's something that a lot of people, some people take it for granted. I think it's just something that's always been there. It's been there my entire lifetime, all of our lifetime. It's kind of always been. But when I say that it's this push to take it away is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So I think now's the time to let's put a stamp on that.
Representative Howard.
Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So for our university students, whether that be Dartmouth, people currently attending our university system, or attending, say, St. Anselm and their Institute of Politics, do you think that this would help protect those institutions in their ability to recruit students over this kind of monumentous event that we take place every 4 years that draws people in so that they can experience this presidential cycle?
Absolutely. And you see, I mentioned that we have much higher voter turnout than other states. And I think that a lot of it is to attribute to the civic involvement. And a big part of that is the presidential primary. I mean, just myself, I get to meet numerous candidates throughout the primary process. And that's really a once in a lifetime opportunity for a lot of people. For you to be, at a diner and see, Senator Scott or Governor DeSantis, I mean, you would just see these people running. You would just happen to run into them sometimes when you're out and about. That's amazing. And what's really impressive, and if you go back to 2020 in the primary, you had candidates perform really well in this state that didn't have a war chest. I think Mayor Pete Buttigieg did an excellent job. I think he came in second, but he left tied with the most delegates with Senator Sanders. And not if you put South Carolina or California, any of those states ahead, you're going to need a war chest in those much bigger states. So I think for someone like himself, he really made a name for himself in this state and was able to do that where not every candidate can do that, but he did it at the grassroots level. And I think that civic involvement, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, benefits all the voters altogether.
Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Pridham O'Brien.
Thank you. My question is, how does the New Hampshire primary, in your opinion, benefit the entire country? I think it does. Do you agree with that? I think it benefits the entire country tremendously.
It does. And as I was saying before, many years ago, no one wanted to go first. It was the opposite. We were first. Everyone was happy because of good. We don't want to go first. There's a lot of pressure because everyone's watching. And you saw what happened in Iowa in 2020. It didn't go well. They're still getting criticized for it. We have not had that problem here. We've always done a good job. So I think we set the tone. I also think that you have, again, without that war chest, it's a way to gain momentum going forward as you head towards Super Tuesday. And you saw Senator Klobuchar have a really good performance in her debate. And she was projected to finish much lower, and she jumped right up the ladder. And that was kind of one of the talking points leaving the 2020 primary. So I think if you look at how that benefits us, amazing. Plus the economic benefit. I always will go back to that. Just from a pure revenue perspective, we shouldn't give this up. And again, it's protected more than it's protected now.
Questions from the committee? There's like a delay on the microphones today. Seeing none, thank you, Senator Abbas. Are there any other people wishing to speak to this bill? I don't have any other pink cards in my possession. Representative Aikenberg, can you grab that blue sheet for me? And I will get wasn't ready for that one, so we'll get this. Court. Is she blank? Oh, 3 names. Okay. There were 2 people signed in support that did not speak. Online, there were. Give me a quick second. We can't go anywhere till 1:25 anyway, so. All right. CACR 22 had 9 in support, 1 opposed, 0 neutral. With that, I will close the public hearing on CACR 22. And the committee will stand in recess until 1:25. Wow. Okay. We're back. Okay, going to open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 344, relative to declarations of candidacy for President of the United States. And Senator Gray, I apologize. I'm stuck in my ways. Senator Gray, welcome to the House Election Law Committee.
My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton, Gilmanton, comes down Route 11 to Rochester. And I want you to know, Mr. Chair, that right over there where Representative Ackerberg is sitting, that's where the first seat that I had in the House Committee when I was first serving 10 years ago. This bill is going to get you back on break real quick. It was a request of the Secretary of State. If you look at the bill, line 14 and 15, the current form would have the Secretary of State enter the date of the primary when people are signing up for the primary. And as we have seen with more and more challenges to the first in the nation status, he would like to put that in, instead of having to put in the date in that form, a date so designated by the Secretary of State, which is what the rest of the law says in different places, so that the form would just be modified so that he did not have to put a date in there, which then he would rescind later by having to move the primary. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but this should get you back on break real quick.
All right, questions from the committee for Senator Gray? Okay, that was easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll do this on the microphone so I'm talking. The rule was before this year, the chair could call the vote immediately after a bill. When we entered the 201-199 world, we changed the rule to where the chair can call the vote with the consent of the ranking member. So I'm asking the ranking member if she's, for the point of expediency, we had no questions. It's a housekeeping bill. Can we just take the vote now? And that way I can write the report and we can dispense with the bill.
The answer would be yes, we got 14, so.
Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to enter a period of executive session on Senate Bill 344. I will move the bill as ought to pass. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Lane seconds. Is there any discussion on the bill? About as many questions as there were. All right. With that, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 344. She wasn't ready for this one.
I don't even have a form. I'm just writing it.
It's okay. I have a feeling it's going to be 14-0. It's okay. Just, yeah, there you go. We'll do that one. There you go. Right.
No Bohm.
No Bohm. It's okay.
Representative Freeman O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Quayle. Yes. Representative
Yes.
Ginsburg.
Yes, sorry.
Representative Burnham. Yes. Representative Wary.
Yes.
Representative Wood.
Yes.
No Osborne, no Patel. Representative Lane. Yes. Representative Ward.
Yes.
No Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Muirhead.
Yeah.
Representative Gurley, yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, Senate Bill 344 will be reported out as ought to pass on a vote of 14-0. Is there any objection to the bill being placed on consent calendar? Hearing none. C, the bill will be placed on consent calendar. I will close the executive session on Senate Bill 344. And see, this is what Representative Muirhead likes. Like we just chug along. That's what you don't have to come back or anything. Just hear it, vote, and move on. Hear it, vote. Not a single question was asked. Not a single statement was made. I'll take care of the committee report, which I will literally go and write right now. So We'll see you guys back at 1:50. I don't know. I'll read it. Okay, we're back. It's 1:50. Going to open up the the public hearing on Senate Bill 380 relative to moving the state primary dates. Senator Lang is recognized. Senator Lang, welcome to Election Law.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman. Again, if
Thank
you
you
want to
so
go
much,
straight
Senator
to
Lang. We
exec and
appreciate
pass
hearing
it, I'm
from you
okay with that. I don't need to have the hearing, but, so thank you, Senator Tim Lang. As many of you know, I served 3 terms in the House, including one on election law, and now as a freshman senator in the Senate, and I'm an associate member of the karaoke caucus, as it goes. Although that just means I'll go, but I won't sing. So, which is a benefit to everybody. Anyway, so I'm here to introduce the moving the state primary bill. That bill, it's a real simple bill. We push everything back 90 days. So all the filing dates get pushed back 90 days. The vote will be the second Tuesday in June. The primary reason why you have this bill in front of you, as many of you know, it's a struggle sometimes to get in front of the voter in that really small window we have between September and November. In some days, it's less than 60 days. You ask for a recount after the recount period and everything else. So the idea being is you have such a small window of time to get elected, to get out to the general voter. We're all politicians, so we all know that when you're talking in the primary, you're talking to your side of the aisle, and that's a different discussion point than when you're talking to the entire electorate altogether. The topics you might cover are going to be different. So what this bill seeks to do is give the general election voter the most amount of time to vet the candidates and to view the candidates and get to meet the candidates. So we'll have a March filing period with a June primary, and that gives you from June until November to get out into your community, to meet all of your citizens, not just the citizens that happen to have the same letter after their name as you do, but gets you to get to everybody and be able to have them ask you questions and get things. It gives the voter the greatest opportunity to realize who they're going to vote for in November. As simple as that.
Are there questions for Senator Timothy Lang? Yes, Representative Lane.
Welcome back, Senator.
Thank you.
Not to make it all about me, but
We're politicians, I understand.
this means that I will be running during budget session, and we have no staff. The House people have no staff, nobody, So it makes it a little difficult to run a campaign and do the work of the House, which I'm just wondering if this doesn't even make it harder for people to do this job and discourage people from doing this job. Because it's a burnout, it's high burnout.
Thank you for the question. So again, remember, it's not a budget cycle, right? We're in the second year, budget's over, right? So it's not a budget cycle year that you'll be running in. Generally, second year bills are generally policy bills or procedural bills. So I'll be undergoing the same problem you will. And be honest with you, the Senate's worse. And when it comes to the second half of the year, because we have the hundreds of bills you guys send us where you might have the 50 or 75 that we send you. And so it actually makes it worse for the Senate to run. But the way I look at it is this way is generally you're running for office all the time, right? The reality is that you're in front of your voters on a regular basis. I know that I take way more constituent requests now and speak to constituents now in this cycle. So it's not a budgetary year, which would have been a problem if it was, and I agree with you, but it's not. It tends to be a policy year or a procedural year, not a budgetary year. So I think that makes it easier. And that's about the best I can say for you. So I do realize we'll be working, and it is going to increase our work effort. Nature of the job. That's what we sign up for.
If I may, Representative Lane, if it's all about you, may I ask you a question, if that's okay? Yeah. Can you describe to me when the last time you had a primary was?
I haven't had a primary, but I'm the exception. I live in a very safe blue ward.
So
wouldn't that make
So
you
for
more
me-
likely to be primary?
No, I have general, but I understand. I guess my concern is actually recruiting people to do this. I mean, it is hard enough to recruit folks to do it. And if you're going to tell them in your second year, not only are you going to be, because this March has been crazy. I mean, we have had a lot of bills. And so, and then you're also going to be running a campaign. I worry more for people who are going to try and run in the first time and try to recruit people. And are you going to burn people out? Maybe that's good, and they won't stay around as many terms. I don't know. It's just a consideration. I'm not sure that I'll vote against it for that reason. It's a consideration.
So I think to the chairman's point, like most times incumbents don't have a primary, right? It's the other party that has a primary because they get more people to jump in. And so but I, to a certain extent, I agree with the chairman that I think that you're less likely if you're in office to get a primary, and which means that you're not really running a primary race. You're just waiting for the general to happen if you're in office. The people who are not in power in that specific district or seat is more likely to have a primary, more people jumping in. So, and they're not in the legislature, so they have plenty of time to campaign.
Yes.
I'm sorry, when we tried to do this before, the Secretary of State was not in favor of a June date. Has that hurdle been resolved?
So I ran this bill by him. I think he's reluctantly okay. It's probably the best way I could say it. Is that it meets all the requirements and all the deadlines that he'll have. It'll actually make it easier for us to get things out like absentee ballots and UOCAVA requests, right? So this will make it actually easier for us to get those out in a more timely fashion for the general November election.
Yes, if I recall, the secretary's position was to move it back 1 week.
Yeah.
Which we all had a good laugh at. Further questions, Representative Burnham.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So in regards to the previous bill that was very similar to this, one of the concerns was, and especially during a presidential year, is, we are a vacation state, and that would allow for a lot more publicity and signs and things like that, which could be a little nuisance maybe to our visitors. How do you feel about that? Like, that was something that was a concern, and is it a good thing or a bad thing?
So I guess if you consider it this way, if you're doing a primary, you're going to have a heck of a lot more signs out during the primary season because you have generally, so even when I ran for my Senate race, I had three Republicans run against me. It was 3 of us total in the race. So that means there's 3 signs out during the primary season. So by moving it to June, 2/3 of those signs would disappear, and it would only be the winner's signs out from June until November, rather than multiple parties. So that's number one. Number two, so this bill also came out of conversation with the governor. The governor's in favor of this bill. He recently came out in favor of this bill, and again, the reason being is that July and August date, we have vacations to deal with. And so anything that's in July and August, you run against people who are on vacation and less likely to be in the community to be able to vote if we just move it back until August. And so he was in firm support of a June date because kids are still in school, parents are still here, they can be engaged, and then they don't have to deal with it again until November when they vote again.
Representative Grill yeah, twice in one day. This is a rare treat. Representative Grill rarely joins us in the
She's
fray.
I'm mostly just type-
chairman of the karaoke caucus, just to let
Yeah.
you know. So.
Gotta make time
Sorry,
for a fellow
Madam Chairman
of the karaoke caucus.
You are recognized.
Well, I hate to put another karaoke caucus members bill under some scrutiny. I think you guys all know how I feel about a June primary, so I'm not shy there. Yeah, best idea ever. Love it so much. So I think one thing that we love about politics in New Hampshire is that for the lower ticket races, state rep, state senate, it's more sort of scrappy, down to earth grassroots, and we don't really get those $100,000 plus campaigns that you'll see in state rep races for other states. By moving the primary up, I'm concerned that we lose some of that sort of face-to-face appeal, and it puts more pressure on candidates as we see increased spending at the upper ticket levels. I'm worried that might trickle down to the bottom of the ticket, and we might see increased pressure to run more of a professionalized campaign with, slick signs and palm cards instead of just going out, knocking doors, checking that box to spend under $1,000, or not checking the box, whichever, whichever ends up being law. So are you concerned as well about potentially sort of seeing kind of that scope creep with down ballot races and the impact on kind of our sort of unique political culture?
Thank you for the question. So, having run now a 4, 5, 6 campaigns just for State House, whatever it was, I'm not concerned about that. Again, I mean, I will say that when I came to the Senate, I had a really eye opener about how much it costs to run for a Senate seat. We're already having $100,000 campaigns for majority of the Senate seats over in the Senate. I know over the House, there's been a few already that have broached $100,000 in a race. Yeah, specials. Yeah. So, while I don't think this will change that, just moving the date, I don't think changes it so that it becomes a professional race. I think the date's the date, right? So the same thing you would do from June to September, you'll just be doing from March to June. So I don't think that changes it at all. Again, I think the best benefit of this bill is you get more access to the general voter. The voter gets to find out who's my candidates. Let me go find out about them, rather than I'm not sure who my candidates are yet. I got to wait till I get through the primary, then I can figure out who they are, and then I get to go meet with them. And I only have 60 days for that window of time. So I think that this just gives greater access to the voter, to the people whose name is going to be on the ballot in November.
Other questions from the committee? All right. Thank you, Senator Timothy Lang. We really appreciate you being here. Your presence is
I
always
appreciate
welcomed.
the
And
chairman not calling in the
really-
former
really-
representative.
really appreciate you. Really, always so good seeing you. Thank you for being here. Hearing, can I have the blue sheet representative Aikenberg? All right, now that he's gone, we can go back to having a good time. It's just Daryl. Yeah, okay. All right, so we have one person signed up who didn't speak, who was in support online. Why did I come off of that page? I don't know why I did that to myself. Okay, online, this is 380. Oh, I see. What a weird way of numbering it. Huh. I'm looking here. It's strange how they've 380. There we go. It's in numerical order, so it's not like 380. Senate Bill 380 could be after House Bill 379. That's what was confusing me, because I thought it wasn't in alphabetical order. It was in numerical order, ignoring the first part of it. Online, there were 3 people in support, 7 opposed, 0 neutral. No written testimony. Okay, with that, we're going to close it up, and I'll see you guys back at 2:15. What did you do? What did you do? When did you mail it? I agree. I agree. I agree too. That's a very bad one. You don't want me, but I'm like so depressed on that. Good.
That's good news to all of us.
I'm self-employed, so there's no refund for me. Yeah. All right. I think we're back. 2:15, right? Yep. 2:15. Gonna open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 490 FN relative to verification of the checklist. The Senate has sent Daley Frenette to introduce the bill.
Afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of the committee. My name is Daley Frenette, and I am the Senate Majority Caucus Director. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 490 on behalf of Senator Avard. Senate Bill 490 changes the verification of the checklist from 10 years to 5 years. This bill is a request of Senator Avard's constituents that have been monitoring the voter checklist in Hollis. And by verifying the checklist more often, it will be more accurate and will help mitigate the possibility of voter fraud. I'm keeping it very brief. We have some gentlemen behind us who are going to be willing to take any questions for you. So I'll thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Okay. Next up will be Representative Bob Weary, our own Robert Weary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Robert Wary. I'm a representative for Hillsborough District 13, the great town of Hudson. I have before you a sort of analysis, or if you will, a written report. Just to cover it briefly, as proposed in SB 490 as amended, the voter verification is between April 1st and August 1st in 5-year intervals, with a 4-year look back in the 4 years preceding the year of the verification or purge. I had considered making a mathematical model, but chose to present this diagram instead because I thought that might be at least a little clearer. You should have a copy there, Mr. Chair. Looks like this. Thank you. All right, so and part of the concern is that there's some variability introduced by having it on a 5-year cycle. Since presidential races are on a 4-year cycle, the potential impact of accurate checklists using a 5-year verification interval, in order to really understand the impact, you have to map it out using a 20-year perspective, because it's you're sort of using the lowest common denominator between 4-year intervals on the presidential races and 5-year intervals as proposed in the bill. It seems reasonable to assume that an increasing degree of checklist accuracy drift or degradation occurs each year following the purge. This is point 2. Therefore, if you consider this with a 5-year cycle and a 4-year look back, the accuracy of the checklist will vary across the presidential races as shown in diagram 1. Now, what's the concern? Because the presidential race is often considered the more important race, a potential exists for variable accuracy in the checklist and lower accuracy in 4 out of the 5 presidential races occurring in over a 20-year period. Because of this variability or inconsistency in checklist accuracy for presidential elections, I am opposed to SB 490. I say just in the analysis, it is worth noting that for fall elections, the checklist is most accurate in the year a purge is performed, and it drifts each successive year until the next purge is performed. So, so I tried to think about this a little bit more discreetly, and I'm moving to page 2 now. So what is the verification objective? Obviously, we would like there to be an accurate checklist all the time. And I think there's perhaps, at least among the voting population, less of a concern for the accuracy of the checklist during the midterm and local elections because there's generally a lower voter turnout during these races. So at least by voter turnout, the concern does not appear to be as great for those non-presidential election cycles. So with that consideration, perhaps, what is the objective or verification that we're concerned about? It's really, I think, to have the most accurate checklist during the presidential races. Such an objective was not overtly stated, or was at least not considered in the 2022 report on this from the Special Committee on Voter Confidence. However, if you look at the factors of voter interest as identified by voter turnout in presidential elections, and based on the demand for integrity in the voting process as expressed in the 2022 report for the Special Committee on Voter Confidence, this would seem to be the leading and most reasonable objective for accurate checklists and their verification. Now, why don't we just do this every year then? Well, I think we have to have some considerations for the supervisor of the checklist workload. So generally, I think we've discussed this before during previous bills, generally the increase in the supervisor workload caused by more frequent checklist verifications is offset by the reduction in the number of voters that would have to be removed or processed because of this greater frequency of verification. But I think there are still two sort of concerns. What is the concern for workload during federal election years when there's more going on? And what is the concern for workload with a more frequent verification interval? I think the crucial workload question is, at what point does the supervisor workload concern outweigh the concern for the accuracy of the checklist? I just tried to boil it down to what's the kind of logical decision that we're trying to make here. So I think there are a couple of different ways of looking at this. If we're trying to meet this objective that I've kind of argued for, that we want the most accurate checklist during the presidential races, then I think we have, and we also want to take into account the concern for supervisor workload, then we have potentially a few options here. So option one would be a 4-year interval in presidential election years. If the most accurate checklist is desired in a year of a presidential election, and less so for midterms and local elections, then the verification process should be performed in the year of a presidential election, and it should be performed at a minimum of a 4-year interval. Option two, if performing that verification during a presidential election year is deemed to be too burdensome for the supervisor of the checklist, then the verification should be performed in the year just prior to the presidential election. This was a bill that was previously introduced a few weeks ago, House Bill 1369. A third option exists, and I think we just have to address it, because obviously the most accurate checklist would be obtained by performing the verifications annually or at least every other year. However, I think some would consider this to be too frequent of an interval because of the demand on the supervisors. So however, if performing the verification more frequently was not the issue, but performing the verification during a federal election year, whether it be the presidential race or a midterm, then the verification could be performed every other year during local elections. So I think there are ostensibly 3 or 4 options that I think are better and provide more accurate checklists at the time when voters are most concerned about the accuracy of a checklist. And that's sort of the end of my analysis, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Math is not my strong point, so I'm looking at the diagram.
Yes.
So is the problem, is that in the 4th year? Is that because you're doing it in a presidential year, but you're not capturing a presidential primary and presidential election? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so if in the diagram, the smaller box bolded on your left hand, in that sort of left-hand column, would be the year of the purge. As this is illustrating the 5-year as proposed in the bill. If we assume that there is some sort of degradation of the accuracy of the checklist in each successive year prior to the next purge, then the checklists get worse as you move to the right in the successive years.
Okay.
And that doesn't obviate the supervisors of the checklist from doing their normal job and removing people. But I think we saw in the 2021 purge that that's not always well practiced, because we moved 250,000 roughly voters from the checklist at that point.
Yes.
So when you say clean, I guess I'm trying, the word purge bothers me because what happens is if somebody doesn't, if they haven't run, voted in that time, they get kicked off. And they don't know that they're kicked off until they show up. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, the process is that they would have a letter sent to them. They would have, a time period to respond to that. And if somehow they, life was busy and they didn't actually respond to that letter, they could always re-register. And of course, we have the capability to register same day as needed in this state. I think also if you listen to the Senate hearing on this bill, one of the things that they said is that of the approximately 100% that were removed, only 5 or 6% re-registered. So it's a very small incremental impact on people who are being removed in that. So I base that solely off of what I heard from the Senate hearing, not from personal research or analysis.
Sure, why not?
So what would be your preferred combination?
That's a good question. In my original House bill, I had proposed actually the year before a presidential election. I think actually the most accurate would be during the year of the presidential election. I think that would satisfy the voter confidence objective that we're trying to achieve. I am concerned about what impact it would have on the supervisors of the checklist during a federal election year, because I think their activities are a little more, I think they're busier. And that was why I originally kind of chose, do it the year before a presidential election in my House bill. But I think having kind of done this analysis, I think all things considered, I think I would prefer it in the presidential year. But and I also think it's important that we make sure we recognize if there's going to be a workload impact to the supervisors of the checklist. I think for most wards and towns, I don't think it will be huge, but obviously there are some areas where it will be. And I think that's what we kind of need to make people aware of, and so that they can adequately prepare. I think the good part of that is that, hopefully we would have a startup date of a reasonable time period to give people enough advance warning to prepare for this in larger towns where this might have more of an impact. I mean, Hudson is 10th largest population center in New Hampshire, and therefore I think it, I'm concerned about it from that perspective. So you're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wood?
Mr. Chair, you mentioned that the amount of time before the presidential election is important, but you kind of alluded, and I'm just going to, for clarity, that repeating it the same time in the cycle would also be an advantage too, for the way you perceive it.
You mean in a 4-year cycle? Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, I do think there is an advantage to that, because I think, again, I'm basing my definition of an objective based on voter turnout. And because of that, I think that's where the most interest lies, and that's where voters would like to see that greatest point of accuracy.
A follow-up? Yep. So if you pick the down year, you can always pick a down year from what you said. Is that correct?
Well,
a down year as what the checklists people have to do, obviously in a non-election year versus a strong election year.
Right, yeah, you could pick a local year as opposed to one in which we hold midterms or the presidential races. Again, I think it's the key is controlling the amount of years where the degradation occurs before that next presidential race.
Last follow-up.
Sure.
So regardless of the math, there seems to be a clear, from what you're saying, there's a clear advantage of a 4-year cycle and no advantage of a 5-year cycle.
I think if you look at the diagram, I think it kind of outlines, you're going to get and again, there are some assumptions. There's an assumption that the checklist accuracy degradates over that each successive year, and that therefore you're going to get some variability across a 20-year cycle, as shown in this diagram. So I think these were a lot of the some of the concerns that I had when I originally proposed the House bill. I finally sort of figured out what I hope is a somewhat simple way of explaining what my concerns are.
Sure.
Is there a difference, other than the cycle time and the amount of time, is there a big difference between this bill and the House bill, in your opinion?
Fundamentally, no. No, I think it's the interval primarily. Yeah. You're welcome.
Representative Muirhead is
Thank you.
recognized.
Could you review what the criteria is for receiving a 30-day letter or being purged from the list?
So I think the RSA talks about different scenarios, transfers of moving, citizen notification, death, other things where someone is presumed to be no longer eligible for voting because they basically are no longer in that voting municipality. The supervisors of the checklist, upon hearing this information, if they can't verify it through other means, through U.S. Post Office or Secretary of State's office, then they send out a registered letter, and I think it's a registered letter, certified letter, something like that, and they then have 30-day notification. I believe that's the basic process. I'm probably not describing it as accurately as the RSA states it, but that's basically it.
Is this 4-year look back, does it look to see who hasn't voted in the past 4 years and presume that those people who haven't voted are no,
Yeah, that's
somehow?
what that sort of arrow pointing to the left, it's a look back on the years preceding the verification. Someone doesn't like purge, preceding the verification. So if the verification were to occur in this diagram, if it occurs in 2026, then it looks back to January of 2022. So 25, 24, 23, and 22.
And then one last follow-up, please.
Yes.
And in the absence of something like ERIC, which has a database of people who've moved and died and so forth, we're looking to see who's voted and who hasn't. And I want to ask whether you're concerned about the following kind of scenario. A very good friend of mine does not think that politics generally serves her. She's a working class person, and she's skeptical of the whole class of those who serve in office, along with.
Right.
And one of the only candidates she's ever been excited about that I've known is Donald J. Trump. And when he appeared on the national ballot in 2016, she decided she's going to vote. She does not vote generally, and voting costs her money because she bills by the hour. She's self-employed. I'm really concerned that somebody like she will be purged. She will not respond to a letter. She actually has trouble just paying the rent and moves with surprising frequency. The letter probably go to one of her previous addresses. And this sort of person who who's inspired to vote by very rare candidates who can really appeal to ordinary people in the way that professional politicians don't, will find out on that day when they want to vote for someone like Donald Trump that they're not on the list. Are we concerned that this is gonna harm people, like citizens like this?
Well, I think if they move a lot, they probably are going to have to fill out an affidavit regardless. So I think we do have, same day voter registration. So I think that ability alleviates that scenario. And if your friend has voted in the previous presidential election for such a candidate, and that candidate runs again, well, then she would still be eligible. Of course, if she moved, she'd have to fill out the necessary paperwork and stuff. But I think those people are not disenfranchised by that situation that you described.
Representative Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm not so much concerned with the 5 years or 4 years. I have to study the chart. But my question is down on line 8. This bill is requiring the supervisors to meet at least once a month. Now, in the city of Portsmouth, the supervisors do meet once a month. But my understanding is that in the very small towns, they do not need to. And they don't want to.
Well,
So-
fortunately, Senator Gray is here to answer such questions, so you can ask him directly.
Okay.
So that portion was not mine. So I will.
Okay.
To be fair, Representative Hamlet, Representative Weary signed in opposition to the bill, so he may not be the one to ask that question to.
Because I want the 4-year cycle,
So-
and under the scenario that I described, for the reasons I described.
So just as a point of clarity, he did sign in opposition. So
All right.
yes, that's it. Is there any other questions for Representative Weary? Seeing none, next up will be Al Pacino.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you so much for inviting us and letting us speak. Just one quick question to Representative or Mr. Moorhead. The concern you have about your Donald J. Trump voter, that already exists because it does happen at the 10-year cycle. So as the previous gentleman alluded to, the safety net is that you go to your new municipality or your current one, you present your ID, you vote. If you don't have your ID, you do have the affidavit ability. Anyways, I appreciate the opportunity. We did a deep dive in Hollis over the past 3 years. Our findings really reveal the starting reality that 1 in 5 to 1 in 4 names on our town's voter rolls were just flat out illegitimate. As you know, the state of New Hampshire's 10-year purge successfully removed an incredible 250,000 names. Considering the state's population of 1.3 million and factoring in a significant portion of aged 17 and under, we're essentially cleaning up an incredibly high percentage of voters that were on our list statewide. Because some cities and towns do a fabulous job, this highlights that a substantial level of inaccuracy has been across the state's remaining towns exists. We must ask why and what can be done to help mitigate and bring better accountability across the board. In Hollis alone in 2020, our U.S. Census population was 8,342 people. Our supervisor of the checklists signed their names to declare that approximately 7,700 names were eligible and on our rolls. This was outrageously high, and our voter tally in November 2020 was 5,890. That produced roughly a 76% voter turnout. With the Hollis population of 17 and under, we knew the voter rolls were wildly off, and should have fallen in the range of anywhere from 5,700 to 6,300, not the 7,700 that was declared and signed off on. In fact, the imminent state purge culled 1,390 names to be removed. Since that happened so close after the 10-year purge, so close to the election, our new number of 6,301 people on our registration list produced an incredible 93% voter turnout. Upon further investigation, we discovered a public list of over 500 names of people on our voter list who either should have not been on the list at all or at least been looked at, as they had gone to the post office independently submitting permanent change of address requests, not vacation, forward my mail, but permanent change of address requests. After presenting these findings to our local checklist people, a cleanup effort resulting in hundreds of names came off our list. So looking at those numbers, using the same numerator of 5,890 people voting and then culling these names, now we were looking at 98% possibility of voter turnout. That's pretty incredible. Additionally, over the last few years, we've had, since that time, actually from 2019 through current, we have over 200 new homes built in our town. That's a possibility of 200 to 400 new registrations of voters. In December 2023, after all the culling and the pushing and cleaning, our voter rolls were down to 6,006. That's only 116 more people than who actually voted in 2020. Now, if we go look at the new residents that came in town that are on the December 2023 list, that pushes our number to just numbers that should at least bring about some curiosity to be more forthcoming in addressing accurate voter purges and cleanups. It just shows you how important cleaning the voter rolls are. The checklist people, by and large, all well-meaning, but a little state intervention in terms of increasing the purge would really be a big help, and I think actually personally would smooth out their year-to-year duties. Let's see here. We found out in our particular town that one checklist person stated specifically, we refrain from sending out 30-day letters because we know the state will do the work for them. This is in the year or two, his words, leading up to the state purge. So what's happened in this particular case is this particular checklist person and the board was assuming that the state purge, which is a different criteria than what they do, was going to do the work for them. So the state intervention of increasing the purge will actually help mop up a few things where some things might be falling under the radar. Anyways, one person from the checklist said, we knew we were not sending out 30-day letters on a timely basis. We knew the voter rolls were overinflated. So as you can see, we have the variable aspect of human activity affecting the efficacy of our lists. Approval of this measure, some form of it, will help take the accuracy to a new level in the state and ensure confidence and integrity in the process and help provide a nice check and balance. Without this attention to this issue, controversy increases in every election, and I think the best thing is just to mop up as much as we can, keep things clean. So thank you so much.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have a couple of questions, but I missed the introduction, where you're from.
I apologize, I didn't say it. Al Fulcino, Hollis, New Hampshire.
No, okay, I did get your name, I apologize, but the group that that did this, are you a?
5 citizens.
5 citizen group?
There is no organization, no. It's
Okay,
just
so 5 citizens
5 people
came.
just literally, you had people from both parties in the last few elections saying all the basic stuff. He's not my president, this election's stolen. How do you prove these things? They can be challenging. So the goal of this was, what are the basics we can look at? It was very obvious simply by looking at the U.S. Census and the number of people on our rolls, didn't look right. Unfortunately, when we questioned it, in fact, what we found was in our town, there had been no meeting minutes posted for years. Now, according to the RSA, now we're all green to this. We just said, hey, your math don't look right. We went privately. We even offered volunteerism in our community. We found out from the Secretary of State's office, Senator Vard, other people, state reps, sheriffs, when I showed them casually here and there, I said, we don't have we can't do the math to figure out where we should be. The checklist people in our town rejected outright any attention to this matter. If you go to the Hollis website today, you will see the select board has meetings going back like 10 years. If you go to the checklist, you'll see the meeting started in 2022. Why? Because we said, hey, nobody can do the math. There's an RSA that says you should have minutes. We forced it. Actually, we tried 3 times. Mr. Bud Fitch in the Secretary of State's office got involved. He contacted them, And he said, hey guys, make minutes. Okay? The first minutes they gave us all had redacted signatures. All of their signatures were redacted. We said, forget that. We're not here to crush anybody. We only looked at the numbers that our checklist gave us. They didn't add up. So either a list matters or it doesn't. Either you have a reason to have a list or you don't. Okay? I'm not here to change the world. None of us were. We just said something doesn't look right. We're here to assist. And that was part of the genesis of this whole thing. We kept finding things that didn't make any sense.
Oh, if I got your understanding or your math correctly, you started out with about 71%.
7,700 people. The voter turnout in 2020 was, we were told, was 76%.
76.
Yes.
And then you went from the first correction.
So the first correction was the state did their purge.
Right.
Now that happened so close to the election, you have to recognize there's really only one variable. In that 3 or 4 month period, some people can move in and can move out. We had 1,390 people come off. We did not sell, that many houses and that many. We're a small town. So it stood out in our mind that over 10 years, why are we not keeping it just a bit cleaner?
Right.
Okay.
And then in the third correction.
The third
that
correction.
you instigated,
yes,
your group
right.
instigated.
Yeah, so
you-
what happened was this. We wanted the system to work. We actually were called by Secretary Scanlon's office, by the Secretary himself, to come up and speak to him. He spoke to us for 2 hours. He heard enough that said, we need to meet again. He brought in the Attorney General's office. He asked the supervisor, the checklist from Halls to come up. They didn't show up. Okay. We want to be team players. We're very green at this. We kept in our back pocket a list of 500 plus names of people who had permanently moved out of Halls. They went to the post office and said, I don't live here. They signed their name. I live in another town in New Hampshire or elsewhere. The reason we held on to it was we wanted to see the Secretary of State, who ended up coming down to the town of Halls, having a sit down with them, do the job. Here's your training. Here's your phone numbers. Here's your websites. We didn't see names coming off. So we then, a gentleman by the name of Mike McCormick and I went into a last June or July to the checklist board and we said, here's a list of a bunch more names. It was over 500. Their comment was this: I guess we're going to have to go to the select board and get more postage. And then the big one for me was one of the checklist person gave to me like the biggest statement I could ever hear in this matter. You know, Al, in the year or two leading up to the state purge, we refrained from sending out 30-day letters because we know the state will do the job for us. And at that point, I said, Tom, I know the guy. We coached together years ago. I said, the state has a slightly different criteria than you. You have your own guidelines. They have theirs. They don't do the job for you in the same vein that you're alluding to. So I said, the problem is when you say you refrain, that's an active verb. You are saying that 1/6 to 1/3 of your term, you're refraining from doing your task. Another checklist person said, we knew we were not sending out the 30-day letters on a timely basis. Now, the problem is this creates doubt in anybody's mind who has any logic, because now you start to say, okay, well, what's the real numbers? Okay, and if you have to start asking those questions, how can you have any belief in the system? So they took off a bunch more names. We went down to 6,006.
Are you aware of any other towns with similar problems?
Well, as I said to the Secretary of State, and I alluded to here, if you have 250,000 names coming off the list, and some towns do a fabulous job, just look at the percentages of the state purge, 3%, 5%. We ended up being about 22% off. So the numbers speak for themselves. I can't tell you that there's another town that says we refrain from sending out 30-day letters. I only can tell you our town, that's what I witnessed. So I'm not here to criticize any other town. But the numbers demonstrate that there's not enough cleaning. It would be wonderful if we lived in an older era where there wasn't so many people moving around and transient populations. But we live in an era now where, hey, we have the computers. We can do the math. We can press the button, clean the list. We can do the 4-year look backs. We can do it more frequently to achieve a better list. It just benefits everybody. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Would you object if right now it states 5 years, if it was 4 years, based off the testimony previous?
No, I wouldn't object at all. I think any effort towards frequency is wonderful. I mean, our initial submission was 2 years. Again, this is something everybody has to coalesce around. I think just generally speaking, if we do it more frequently, I think we're all winners. I really do.
Hearing none, thank you. Next up will be Senator Gray. And we're going to do a twofer here, folks. So what's going to happen is, I believe, Senator Gray, you are testifying on 490. Is that correct, or am I incorrect on that?
I'm going to testify on both of them if you want.
Yeah, so what I would like you to do, Senator Gray, is testify on 490, and then I'll recess 490 and allow for the introduction of 530 to respect your time. We will come back to 490. We've done this before, folks. It's okay. But we want to respect the senator's time.
Okay, so we're doing 530 first.
We're doing 490 first. You're testifying on 490, and then I'm going to recess 490, and then you're going to introduce 530.
My name is James Gray. I'm a senator representing Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton and Gilmanton, goes down Route 11 to Rochester. The reason I filled out a pink card, it sounded like you might want to ask me a question or two. I am the one who made the final draft amendment that put the bill into what it is and took it from 2 years to 5 years, etc. That was done after talking with the Secretary of State. I don't care what your frequency is, but remember, every time you do one of these, the 30-day letters, there is an expense to it. So, when you add up all that postage, 5 years seemed to be a good compromise. If you do go to 4 years, you may want to look at looking back either 5 or 6 years to make sure you get 2 presidential elections. One would be the example given that somebody missed a presidential election, and that's the only one they vote in. They'd have to miss 2 in a row if you look back 6 years on a 4-year cycle. Again, that's up to you. At least meeting once a month on the supervisors. If there are changes out there, they are supposed to go to the supervisor, and you don't want a big delay between the time you identify them. And so I believe that came from the Secretary of State, but don't quote me right now. I just don't remember when that one came, whether it was in the original bill or whether that was a change I made. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
Questions from the committee. Representative Hamlet looks like she wants to ask a question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator Gray. So my question is in line 8 is, do you think it's necessary to require the small towns for the supervisors to hold meetings every month?
I think that if there is pending things that they're supposed to be reviewing, certainly the Secretary of State is sending out death notices from various newspaper and from the system. They are also reviewing the permanent change of address stuff from the post office. That all goes in there. I would find it, the very small ones, I mean, you're not going to have a whole lot of supervisors that have to meet anyway, but those are the reasons that I would see that it would be needed. You may in there if, the supervisors will meet, if it's within so much of an election, because you do want new voters to be able to come in and meet with you. And you may want to put in there that they have to meet once a month if there's pending actions identified in the database and stuff, So again, I would just as soon leave it the way it is. I mean, but, that's up to you guys, but there usually is changes that have to be made, so.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the committee? Hearing none, I'm going to thank you, Senator Gray. I'm going to recess the public hearing on 490. We are coming back to it. I'm going to open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 530 relative to reports of receipts and expenditures filed by political committees of candidates and candidates. And Senator Gray is recognized for the purpose of introduction of the bill.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton, Gilmanton, comes down Route 11 to Rochester. This is a rewrite of a bill that your chair and I have discussed several times. This talks about sizes of fonts and other things. The discussion that we had way back when is he wanted a 14-point font, and I was comfortable with an 8 because it was going to be in a PDF file or whatever, and all I had to do was, mouse over it or spread my fingers, depending on whether I had a touch screen or not. But it really does get down to that a lot of people who file paper and facsimile that into the Secretary of State, that you cannot read the attachments, that the amount of information they put in there, that the font that they use is so small that it ends up being blobs on a piece of paper. When one of my Senate opponents did that, I went and demanded of him to give me a readable copy of it, and he kind of laughed and says, hey, there's nothing that says I couldn't do it, so I did it, and that wasn't a real good answer to me, but that's the way it was. So we did take out, at the request of the Secretary of State, the ability to send these things in on fax. So if they are sending them in, in a PDF format or other acceptable format to the Secretary of State, it will be expandable so that the amount of the font becomes more moot than, and I'm willing to answer any questions you have.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
It's somewhat related, because we just finished working on a campaign finance bill where we actually want to require people to use the campaign finance system.
And a lot of that stuff that you put into yours is in another Senate bill that's coming to you.
Okie dokie. So we were hoping, and then use and phase it in so that it doesn't all.
I believe that the basis of the bill that I wrote was a copy that both you and Aaron
Right.
had worked on, and I was able to redraft that, making some of those changes that the Senate always does, as you know. And that should be coming over to you because I believe it's already through the Senate.
They're faster than we are. We're still drafting.
I don't get paid anymore, though.
Further questions from the committee? Along those lines, as you know, Senator, we are working on our House bill is 1091, just so you know. And we are going through the entire section of 664, trying to streamline it, make it more understandable. Any objections to us working your concerns into here into 1091?
The only thing that I would object to is that the Secretary of State does want to get this one through. That the fax machine problem is the reason why most of the stuff that comes in that is put up on the online is not readable. And this not only takes care of the fax machines, but it also gives them the right to reject stuff and say, "They have to give me a better copy." So that would be the only thing. If it's in both, you certainly know that we can deal with it in the committee or conference or wherever.
Representative Lane.
Thank you for taking my question. So I noticed that this only applies to a political committee of a candidate or a candidate. Is there any reason you would not apply this to all political committees?
If you look at your draft, I think we're going to get down to candidates and political committees, and we're not going to have candidate committees, So I think we're getting down lower. I'd have to go back and review that to why I worded it the way I did. But, it is we are attempting to make it consistent. Like I say, one of the things that your notes did was take, instead of candidate and candidate committee, there is candidate committee, okay? And then when you get to the other ones, there's consolidation also, so.
Other questions from the committee? Hearing none. Thank you, Senator. I'm going to recess the public hearing on Senate Bill 530. We're going to reopen the public hearing on Senate Bill 490. Next up is Anthony Stanizzi. Yes. You have no idea how many names have been butchered from this chair. So if I got it right, I'm very happy. This is the last pink card I have for this one. Representative Cooper, can you grab the blue sheet for me?
I do appreciate you getting my name somewhat correct. I've heard it a lot of different ways. First of all, thank you very much. I appreciate being here, the opportunity to speak with all the representatives and Representative Barry. I just want to interject something that wasn't mentioned as everyone spoke, because there is concerns that we don't disenfranchise any voter that would like to vote and able to vote and that sort. But no one ever mentioned the town clerk. The town clerk is an active member in working with the supervisors of the checklist with registering potential voters, change of address information, whatever. They do act in a role there and can provide checklists to the general public. That's an RSA as well. So there are opportunities for people that want to vote, to contact the town clerk if the secretaries of the checklist aren't actively having a meeting. And also meetings can be conducted by Zoom. And they can't? Okay, the reason I said that is because Board of Selectmen often have members Zoom into the meetings and kind of that way. But I apologize for that statement. Anyway, just to move ahead, I've had a lot of experience in the healthcare industry, so I kind of think along those lines when I think of things that aren't quite right. I've had both on the provider side in healthcare, and I worked in industry as well in a lot of areas in analytics and so on, just to round that statement out. The 10-year purge versus a 2-year purge, the major points I want to address is inflation of voter rolls is statewide. It's not just a town issue. When you look at the 250,000 names that are purged, and then you start looking at other information, and this was in 2020, there were 1,119,232 registered voters, with 75,611 registered same-day voters. When you look at that, and then you look at the U.S. population census for New Hampshire, it was 1.399 million, so it's almost 1.4 million. That if you look at the underage, under 18 years of age, resulted in 18% of the population. Then you start looking at it and saying, what are the eligible voters? That was 1.148 million. And in order to get to the numbers of actual voters, you'd have to have 97% of the eligible population to vote to get to those numbers. When I always look at numbers, if the numbers are too hard to believe, don't believe them. So there's some reason there why the inflation has taken place, the overinflated numbers, and why they're not purged on a regular basis. I mean, once you start purging on a regular basis, it's like a self-cleaning process that as you go along, it gets better and better, and the task gets easier and easier. And as Al mentioned, you listen to all those statistics, and then you look at the town of Hollis. It is no different than the rest of the state. And I can tell you, I looked at 234 towns. I went on their websites. I looked at what they were doing as much as I could find out. And you have a very small percentage in 100% compliance. It's about 34%. So looking at the information, you have to start drawing questions. And then you have to end up getting at the result. The more we look at it, the more people look at it, the better it gets. it easier to stay up on things than to catch up. And once you start looking at these things, all of these issues result in a potential for fraud, nefarious. There are people out there that would just as soon do those things. I'm not saying that they are. I don't know if they are. It's near impossible to prove. But you want to close the doors and limit those areas of opportunity to do things that they shouldn't be doing. But I can tell you, when you start looking at the numbers, it's questionable. You really want to clean things up, and you don't really want to find that, in New Hampshire, with the first in the nation primary, we should be setting an example for every other state. We should be proud and transparent with what we do. When I look at the numbers, I have to look at it and say they're unbelievable. And kind of relating to medical terms, you would say they're morbidly obese numbers, just for thought process. There are two major problems. I'm on the second major problem. Major problem is having a higher transient population. And I have some data that I looked at in Hollis that really point out some pretty substantial points of interest. And when you look at the census and you look at some of the statistics of the number of multiple family houses, rental units in New Hampshire, it's pretty substantial. And it's hard to differentiate that from all of the cottages and people living on camps and lakes and things like that. But it's growing, and this is the growth over the past few years from 2021 to about 2023. It grew about by 35%, up to 35%. Excuse me, my flip pages here. Yeah, the number of family units are 689,000 rental units in the state. And that's going to increase because of high density housing and so on. And that lends itself to a transient population. And having the checklist purged every 10 years does not help that matter at all. It produces the opportunity for fraud, as I stated. I took a look randomly of 4 different houses in Hollis. I don't know who lived there. I knew where the addresses were, but I couldn't even tell you what the houses looked like. And if you look at a person's name, and I got the name from the voter list, and I picked names like Bergeron because it's very common, particularly in New Hampshire. There are lots of them. But when you look at it and you pull an address, as I did with these 4, you see the one name that you should, and you know that that one name lives at that address. But then if you look at the address and look at how many other names there, you find an abundance. In 4 names, I found 16 errors. I didn't look at 10 names and cull it down to the names that were troublesome. I just picked them. And in one particular house, it was on Silver Lake Road, very, very busy street, small house. The driveway couldn't fit 2 cars. You can't park on the street there. And you look at it and pick out one name. You see a small house, because I went on Google Maps and looked at the house. And I found that there were, I think it was 6 different people living there with about, I think it was 5 different surnames. So you can see that there is an inflated, and you know why. It's because they're not being purged. I'm not saying there's anything nefarious going on, but you can't have that and have people believe in the product that we're producing, which is a clean voting list. So what I'm asking for is that we look at the problem, we know it exists, and now it's time to fix the problem. Because I relate to, again, if any one of us were morbidly obese, we'd want to go on a diet now. We don't want to go on a diet in 2027. We want to start fixing the problem immediately. The sooner we can fix it, the better off we'll be. The more transparent. Let anyone see the information at any time. And then we can hang our hat on and say, have with it. Go look. Minimal changes should be seen. Once you clean it, like I say, it's easy to keep it up than it is to catch up. I think I'll end on that point. I had submitted information. You can look at all my documentation, and I'll be very pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee? Hearing none. Thank you so much. I don't have any other pink cards. We had one person signed up who didn't speak in support. By the way, it was the Secretary of State's office. And online, I don't know why I keep closing the online because I have to read it. Okay. Okay, 490. Now we get to do the weird lookup. Here we go. All right, online there were 8 in support, 5 in opposition, no neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on Senate Bill 490. I'm going to reopen the public hearing on Senate Bill 530 relative to reports of receipts and expenditures filed by political committees of candidates and candidates. Oof. Only one pink card left. Olivia Zink. Ms. Zinks, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of the Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy, and I live in Franklin. And we do need to reduce the influence of money in politics and increase the voices of average, everyday citizen. And this bill provides accountability and transparency. Following the December 6th campaign finance reports, it is more clear than ever that we need urgent reform. I took a look at 2 gubernatorial candidates, so both the Friends of Cindy Wormington report and the Friends of Chuck Morris report. I'm just going to hold it up so you can see the data. I mean, you need a magnifying glass. It's some of them are upside down. They're not even like right side up, so you have to flip them over and upside down. So I did take 2 screenshots due to the small font on two of the reports that were just filed on December 6th of 2023. The legislator has a chance to make sure that campaign finance reports are legible so that transparency is critical for voters. I also want to say that you could make this bill stronger on lines 3 and 4 and 18. It is just limited to political committees of a candidate and candidates. I think that this should be making sure that legible reports should be everyone who files a report, not just 2 classes of who file a report. Make them everybody. And I know that this committee is looking at moving to the online filing, which I think solves the font size problem completely. So if you do that, but I do urge you to ought to pass before the, urgently, because then this could fix it for this election. Because I know those reforms of online system will not happen until following elections. Happy to take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Do you feel that 8-point font is sufficient? I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Don't even say I couldn't help myself. I had to do it. I had to do it.
I mean, the
had to do
question
it.
is I don't know what size font this is.
It looks like 8-point font to me.
I also think this is smaller. This might be 4-point font. I just think they need to be legible, and
Yeah.
so I think that the what the point font is, that's your committee decision. But I do think voters need to be able to read these and not have a magnifying glass in order to read these. The point of these reports are for transparency, and people putting them in such small fonts make it so that you can't read them. And one of them is faxed. So this is not only just whatever size font this is, but then it's faxed on top of it. So it's even harder to read it.
faxing that 8-point font. You know what I mean? All right. No other questions from the committee. Thank you, Ms. Zink, and thank you for allowing me to get my font joke in. I had to do it.
I did do the full committee reports that I gave to the clerk. If anyone wants to see the full committee reports instead of just the screenshots I took. What I find interesting though is the expenditure parts they made larger than the campaign donations. So they definitely
It looks great. I don't know what to talk about. What's the issue here? Thank you. We had 2 people signed up on the blue sheet who didn't speak. One of which was the Secretary of State's office. Online, there were 4 in support, 0 opposed. That's our last hearing for today. Thank you to the committee. Try to get me those reports by the end of the day. Otherwise, I'll start writing them. I did get yours, and 344 has already been sent in. So I'm very proud of myself on that. And I will see you guys probably next Tuesday.